Hey, welcome back, old friends and new. This is our Thursday night edition of TCH Live. Welcome, everyone. My name is Mike Youngblood, here broadcasting live from Texas Card House in North Austin. And we're fired up here. We've got a 1-3 match, the big stack game. Players can buy in for up to 500, and as stacks grow, the players can add on. And had a pretty good game the last couple of weekends, and we welcome you, any old subscribers and new subscribers. We're doing great on our live stream. I think last count up to 1,150 or so. Yeah, in just under a month, so we've been really, really pleased. Yeah, as we've mentioned a couple of times, just the fact that we have hit the ground running and going to continue to do so here at Texas Card House. So, yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood, dealer here at TCH, and well, now the host of this program is. We are believed that we will have Bart Hansen joining us here for a little quick chat before he jumps on the table. And our first hand, we'll have Don limping in with ace queen, Ortiz calling right behind with 9-8 of clubs. Here comes Jacob. We'll raise up here on the button with some kings. Some familiar players that we've seen here at TCH Live and some newcomers. And great to see some fresh faces here. Experienced cash game professionals, recreational players that should give us a great show tonight as we go to our first flop between these three hands, as it's going to be the nuts here for Ortiz. As he has flopped a straight 7 of jack. Bad news here for Jacob, as 9-8 kind of disguised in there. And Don has drawn a Broadway, but Jacob with 2 kings in his hand, so drawing less than about 1%. So, all right, got a bet of 50 here on the flop at Ortiz. Gonna play it slow, most likely, and as he will call the flop bet of 50 as we go heads up here to the turn pot of 164. And turn comes at 5. So now for Jacob, okay, do you try to figure out, is Ortiz here on a draw? Does he have like a king queen, a 9-8, a queen 9, queen 8? He could call pretty well with like a jack 8, jack 9. So, I mean, this is a spot here as a cash game player. Got to go try to come bet for value, but as we can see here, drawing pretty much dead, and here comes the shove all in here by Ortiz, as with now about 180 to call. Jacob could fear that, all right, I'm already up against a made hand, a set, a 2 pair. Really not liking a situation here on the first hand of TCH Live. 1-3, match the big stack. And we are coming out guns a-blazing here right out of the gate. As if you want to get on the list in this game, you can call our front desk here at TCH Austin at 512-956-7195. Get yourself here on the list on this game. Also, Saturday, huge day for us here at TCH Live. We're going to have a meetup game, a 5-5 meetup game with Wes Cutshall from the Houston area. His vlog taken off. You want to follow him, you can follow him on Instagram at Wes Cutshall, WESCUTCHALL. You can search for him on his YouTube channel, where he's putting out a lot of really good content. So, looking forward to that one Saturday. Be jumping from table to table, so even if you're not on the live stream game, get your opportunity to play here with the poker vlogger.
Bet. 35. Fold. Fold. Heads up. Bet 60. Thank you, Bill. Yes, sir. Fold. Raise 15. Fold. 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 Call. Fold. Fold. Call. 3 players. Next. 1,300. Next. Wait. Bet 25. Fold. Fold. Thanks.
Oh yeah, we do this. What's up? Sure. What's the word? Golf company.
No.
Oh my bad. Can you straddle if you want it?
Seat 1.
Straddle after you.
He's got more than one. He's probably
Yeah,
he's got one.
Yeah, he's got like
So we good?
641.
six. I mean, you just had 3 of them going that way.
5.
It's not even 6, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's 25. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, at first I was gonna have 2, but then I was like, wait a minute, he's got more. So.
She can tell me exactly what it is. So if you want to buy in, we'll know. 15. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Raise 90. Fold. Fold. $10 strap. An add-on. $2.
Do I need you?
I get player checks. Table 13. You gonna put it on the table? Make it seat $700 behind. Really? Is that good for this hand? Okay. Cool. Seat $700. We give it $10 strap.
You just pick a number.
So again, we're excited to be here at 1-3 No Limit tonight. We'll have Bart Hansen joining us. For a little bit, we'll have a quick conversation with him. Won't be in the game tonight, but make an appearance, check out what we're all about here. As excited to chat with him. So Matt, they're 3-betting with 10-9 into some weak hands and showed some aggression early on. So a little fire into this game is going to raise the straddle up to 40. T is going to fold his Queen Jack out of position. E going to call here with Queen 10 of Hearts. And it's going to come out all diamonds. Top pair. Looks like Jeremy's got bottom pair here with an ace. And going to be checked here to the turn with a Queen of Clubs.
Bet 55.
You're going to come out betting 55 as Jeremy here with a pair and a draw. Bottom pair, and Matt also with second pair here with 5. So we go 3 ways to the river. Here we go. And it's Jack. He still got the best hand. And gonna come out, check, check, check all the way around. And looks like it's gonna show down here with a pair of queens. It's kind of an interesting board that, you know, all comes out low diamonds. The action dictated. Okay, so he turns a queen, and all of his other hands that might think he might be semi-bluffing with either like a big diamond or some kind of straight draw can kind of come along. And so there's a, you know, a little bit bizarre here just to sort of see the kind of hands that called there, but yeah, that's kind of what you get in cash game play. You're going to see a lot of different streets. You're going to have to, you know, win with without just premium hands all the time. Again, jump on in here in the chat box. We've got some people saying hello. Bonner. Hello, Joan, Eric, Mr. Sean Mates also here. Making your guys' presence known here in the chat box. So drop us a comment, leave us a like, hit the subscribe button. And again, if you have not taken advantage of that, that's 1 free hour in Texas Card House just by showing that you're a subscriber here to TCH Live. Again, this is 1-3. We've got the $1 white chips, the $5 red chips, the $25 green chips, and I think you see there in seat 5, one $100 black chip. As stacks get a little bit deeper, players start winning some pots, all of a sudden, I think you'll see some of the more experienced cash game players say, all right, let's chip up a little bit more here. Hey, Lawrence. Rick gonna raise out here. The Rick, as we called him in the last stream, here with 9-8 offsuit. Phil here with Ace Jack of Clubs. Matt gonna call here with King 10 as
4 players.
Jeremy gonna call here with Queen 8 as it comes out Ace High and 2 spades. Phil with top pair.
25
No draws here for anybody else but Rick. He's gonna take a stab at it in case anybody else doesn't. And Phil's not gonna waste any time just in the off chance Rick has, you know, any kind of drawing hands that are a little bit more disguised. So I'll just say like he opened for 4-5 and Phil just smooth calls, and he's got no real information as to whether or not, you know, what he's up against. And you know, we've seen Rick just kind of take blind leads at some of these boards that, you know, oftentimes you're called with weak hands in so many different spots that, okay, I'll be the one to take the first stab at it. And sometimes it pays off, and sometimes you run into people that make a hand. So Lawrence saying I've been watching the Phil Galthon PLO challenge. I've heard a little bit about that. Just follow the vloggers on Instagram, and a guy I followed a long time, and I think Bart would know pretty well, is a guy named Joe Stapleton commenting on that. This guy was kind of like an intern on the poker scene way back in 2005. Had some good podcasts and stuff. So
Heads up.
got Jacob here racing up to 25 bucks, and Phil gonna call here with some trays. Or the Patrick Ewing, the Scottie Pippen, 33 is queen high board. Goes check check. Turn comes at 5. A few more odds here for Jacob. Besides an ace or king. Can also get a queen to make the best hand, but Phil sensing his pair might be best. Jacob gonna call here with some overs as 6 outs now here for Jacob, and the river gonna come a 4. Phil still here with the best hand as might think his ace king was good, but we'll tap the table as Phil Jackson. A little guy pot there here with a pair of 3s is
8. Is that around 400?
gonna jump on here into the chat box, say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. Guys, if you have not yet, go out and subscribe. Here to the From the Felt podcast with Bill, Sam, and Ryan as they talk all things TCH. Last episode, again, detailing the announcement here at TCH Dallas. So I know there's plenty of questions that come with that, all really best explained there. Guys talk about their experiences with a lot of the name pros and vloggers that we see that have made their way through. So go ahead and subscribe to From the Felt wherever you subscribe to podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Google Play. Yeah, Rami, you're right. He had 9 outs there. We also, the cool part about this too is that with the hand reader the way it is, it also shows the hands that have been mucked or folded. So you get like an actual percentage of like what the cards that are actually live that the players can draw to. So whereas like, you know, I think as a player, I mean, you don't have that information unless you see like a card accidentally get mucked face up. So like if the RFID reader can mention that somebody, you know, hey, folded king 4 off or, you know, ace deuce or something, it can kind of take those outs out of the equation. So what's up, Bryson? Bryson finishing a heads up on that free roll last night, not long after getting 4th place in that Houston Poker Live tournament just this past weekend. And if you're out in the Houston area, check it out, guys. That new $200 freeze out. It's happening at TCHATX, TCH.HTX on Instagram. We've got big PLO action happening on Wednesdays. And if you didn't catch it today, catch it next week for free club access on Thursdays from noon to 3 p.m. So, not many of y'all got to travel around and go to different places. Sometimes you got to go to Houston, go to Dallas on business. It'll be the place you can turn to whenever you're away from your friendly neighborhood card club. TCH is. Well, I've got some mystery hands out here as we had an error on our technical side of things. So we're going to follow along here as Rick at 3-bet out of the big blind. Phil and Don have both called. Rick is not a guy I've seen 3-bet very big very often. So I'm going to guess the way this is probably played out, he's probably got a big overpair. I think at worst ace king, worst ace queen. Phil called, and he's going to call his 150 flop bet. Don, not enough. So I could see Phil having like a hand like Queen Jack or with 228 behind. I mean, he could be slow playing, maybe like a set of 8s, but a pot building now here to 544. I wouldn't put it past that he would have jacks here too. He's going to have an all-in and a call. Phil here with kings. Rick here with ace-queen. And what do we get the river out here? Rick's pumping his fist, so... Oh, he got an ace on the river, so...
It was definitely a weird thing to adjust to when I got here, that's for sure. I can't tell you how many times
I think you could play that a lot of different ways as far as... Like, Phil electing to make a pretty smooth call before the flop with kings based on how the action... and Rick flops top pair, top kicker. It's not the greatest board for a guy who 3-bets that hand and that comes out because there's just so many hands that can call in that spot that have either made a huge draw, your queen 10s, queen jacks, jack 10s, sets of 10s, sets of 8s. But, that's sometimes the game. You got to try to get your money in there and attack and found a queen high board and just had to outdraw kings, and that's sometimes how the game goes. So,
Hey, your player checks, 13.
Joe saying, love your start time, 7 p.m. Absolutely, too. I get to come here when the sun's still out. People are kind of coming into the club here for the day, so get that 6 o'clock feeling. I know some people are just getting off of work, or just when I'm starting work, actually. So I have always been kind of more of a nighttime person, so when I got the job here, I finally felt like I found a place that I can mesh with my hours a little bit more. Just a night owl. I think, like Shea Serrano calls them, prime writing hours. So just kind of when my mind just tends to be more awake anyway. So I envy people who are up and at 'em right away in the morning. I would love to have like that. And I think maybe when you have kids, maybe sometimes that changes, just become habits. But just a single dude like me, living on the go, it's a lot more easy to manage that and smile about it than I think for the common folk. Is Phil going to restack here? And that's kind of the cool part here. If you're a night person as well, we're open 24 hours on the weekend here at Texas Card House on Friday and Saturday. Open 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Thursday. Don raised up here with ace-9 offsuit. Jake gonna call with some 3s. Matt with some 4s. See what our board looks like here, guys. The pot is 75. Jack deuce 7. Two hearts here for Rick as he's got an ace-high flush draw. Jeremy's got king queen. Some backdoor straight draws, some overs as it's gotten checked all the way to him. And says, all right, nobody's going to go out and bet a jack here. There's a good chance I can do a little pot building as Rick assuredly going to call here with an ace-high flush draw as queen out top pair. Gives a few more outs here to Rick as you can look up here on the top end of the screen. The highlighted cards are the ones that are live. Any of those other cards are cards that have been mucked or. Now Jeremy would turn the top pair, going to bet 90. Oops, it's 115, an extra green chip. And Rick's sitting there, okay, all right, I've got a draw out of Broadway. I've got an ace-high flush draw. Only going to call here. Not going to try to make any moves on the pot, and you expect Jeremy would probably call him if he did. So, all right, heads up here to the river. because check here from Rick is first to act, and not Jeremy gonna decide how much the ticket's gonna be to take a little trip to Value Town, as it's. I don't expect that Rick is gonna call. There's just, I mean, what, it beats 10-9, King 10, maybe 8-9 in the most optimistic of scenarios, and just I had a few outs, but
Team ball night. Yeah, no disguise.
again, few of y'all jumping in here on the chat box to say hello. You can drop us a line here. You can also follow us on the gram, tch.atx.
What, you King Queen? You can see the heart.
I only had 2 pair, but
We've got our West Cutshall game coming up on Saturday. Bart Hanson will be in the booth. Then I'll be joining him a little bit later and then closing out the show. So looking forward to working with a great Bart. It's been on ESPN, Fox Sports, also with Crush Live Poker. All right, so we've got some junk, some suited combos. And here we go, 5 ways. Gonna come out 9-8-7. Eric here with 9 triz, the 9-3. Caitlin's got an open under, the bottom end of the open under with a 6. Eric's gonna call here with top pair. Drew bringing up a good point there, and he blocks a lot of the hands that we saw in the previous one with the ace-10 of hearts. Turn going to come a jack here as a scary card for Eric. Now anybody who has a 10 has made a straight, and the 9 with no kicker, no backup draws, nothing. It's not an easy one to call when your opponent bets twice. As Caitlin gonna win this one, but yeah, Drew bringing up a point here about that ace-10 versus king-queen hand too. That a 10 of hearts in his hand kind of blocks the fact. Any of those kind of draw hands, it just kind of takes out the possibility. It doesn't make it impossible per se, but any of the hands that he expects to beat in that spot, well, he's got at least one of them that he can reasonably assure that made it a fold, so it was not quite just not kind of one that he could do anything crazy with, I could say. So, all right, let's got Don here with queen 9 of diamonds. Rick with jack 8. Here comes Phil checking the old 4-3 as comes out king queen 6. Don gonna come out betting here for $10, and I don't expect anybody else gonna be feeling too frisky. As all right, thanks for watching, joining us, Texas BTP7. Feeling like we're building up our own little chat community here on TCHLive. Familiar faces. If you've got takes, anything that you want to speculate on in the poker world, the sports world. Eminem's got a new album. I'd like to listen to a little bit on the drive up. I think it's just kind of hard for guys like that to try to keep coming up with something fresh, you know, like when you're grow up and struggle, and that there's a lot of artistic interpretation that you can have to tell your story, and then you get successful, and it's just like, oh, my butler was late making my pancakes, and my kid won't return my call. Like, you know, it's tough to conjure up all the painful stuff that I think a lot of people use as artistic expression to be able to make good music. As Jacob gonna call here with ace-5, and here comes Eric on the button. Gonna 3-bet here to 75 with some 9s. I'm not sure where Sam is tonight, but there's probably a good bet that somebody's handed him something with some Tito's in and he's having a good time. So you can follow him on Instagram. He had a nice little run there on the Houston Poker Live. So wherever Sam is, I'm pretty sure is leaning back, possibly with a drink in his hand, enjoying it. So pretty entertaining 1-3 session last week. If you did not catch that, so it was.
Raise 20.
We've got Ortiz coming out with the raise for the Ace King hot here to 20. Eric in the 2C going to call in the cutoff with King 10 of spade. Matt out of the big blind going to call here with the mystery hand, and what do you know? Just flop the nuts, or at least the second nuts here for Eric. King 10-10. Ortiz going to come out betting with his top pair and betting into trouble, as Ortiz can only really tie if he gets a king. All right, so we've got a pot burn of 181, tens full of kings. Kings and tens with an ace here for Ortiz. We don't know exactly what here Matt has. So this is his card.
I checked, yeah.
Not quite rating as. I think we might get it here soon. Kind of tough when you've got the cards overlapped that it makes the scanner. Now, for some reason, it just gets a little fuzzy. It's trying to read the hand. I could see him having a hand like Queen Jack in the spot of maybe diamonds. Now bet is 75. Eric's still going to slow play his full house, and now top two pair here on the board. It could get tough here for Ortiz based on the way that this hand has been played. To get away from a much better one than Eric there in seat 2 and 345. I expect a shove's coming. He's got to jam all in here with his 345. Yeah, we don't know what Matthew has. Looks like he got out of the way. Got J Stock here in the chat. Hello. Tuning in here to the broadcast tonight. Welcome. So Ortiz has got to put it in his mind now. Okay, what could have Eric called me with before the flop, on the turn, and then come out raising here on the turn, or excuse me, on the river? That, I mean, his best case scenario he might think is that he missed diamonds, but you know, Queen Jack got there, any 10 in his hand's going to get there, and a disciplined fold by Ortiz. And show a little respect to the Woo and get out of the way. So got Jack asking no bones tonight. No bones in the house here. Right now he is digging through Basketball Reference, pulling up those J.J. Redick stats and feverishly trying to dismantle Reggie Miller's legacy. Oh, that was such a great take, was it not? I didn't realize people cared that much about Reggie Miller or hated J.J. Redick that much, but that was some great talk radio there. But a nice laydown around Tad saying, like, boy, that's make aces and kings on that board. I mean, it's still still vulnerable, but on the off chance maybe Eric like shoves with ace queen there, but that's more often than not. But we're the geniuses. We can see all the cards here, guys. So, all right, ace-6 versus 10-9. Phil rebought back in the game now up to 850. Stacks getting deeper as ace-high flop gutter ball here for Rick. His first act. Phil.
25.
Gonna come out betting here on the top pair. Rick, not much of a draw here, but out of position. We'll give it up. Yeah, he talked about, Bones did just about that Book of Basketball podcast Shea Serrano did with Bill Simmons on the career of Reggie Miller. I listened to most of that last night, and I was like, okay, I get it. We may have disrespected Reggie a little bit, but that's always fun part about some of these legacy debates. It's always kind of hard to compare eras because I think guys now feel like if they went back to 1960, they would crush everything, or guys in the 80s were tougher, or because of the physicality of the league sometimes. I don't know. I just think like if you're a great player, you can play in any era. But so who knows? Maybe JJ wouldn't have been that great. Maybe Reggie would have been just another guy. It's hard to say, but it's fun to speculate, isn't it not? Well, we had a raise up here with Phil with 10-9. Called in a couple of spots. We go 5 ways to a flop. Jeremy with the most, as he's sitting with 1,000, is going to come out ace-9-3. Second pair here for Phil. Don's got bottom pair with a 3. So let me take a stab at this. As value of position showing itself is. Don can make that bet too. That say like Phil calls him there. It's like, okay, can turn some wheel outs, maybe some backdoor spades. Maybe hit a 3 or 4, but Zach saying, hey, I'm looking forward to that 25-cent, 50-cent game. I don't think we go that high stakes here. That sounds. I don't know if we've got the stacks big enough to handle that. That'd be, yeah. Reggie definitely unsub from this podcast, so that's for sure. Cheryl Miller definitely did, but Reggie was not having it. All right, Dom with a Mikey special, the 10-8 of clubs. Matt gonna come out raising with the old ace deuce. Now Jeremy with some jacks here, and gonna bring along Matthew here for the ride as Will Cole. Rick not feeling too splashy, not gonna call some threes. Gonna go heads up. Jeremy on the right of your screen will be first act as so ace 7-7. Ace and 7s here for Matt. Check here on the flop. What do we get on the turn? So 5. Still aces up here for Matt. Jeremy's drawing him 1 out. He's got 1 jack available in the deck. Check and check again as here comes a 10 on the river. And Matt's probably figured he probably has the kind of hand that he does. And he's going to call him right away. Going to see that he has jacks. Jeremy doesn't even flinch. Played a lot of big games here. I think he works in the medical field. He's a doctor, if I recall. But you ever meet somebody that just exudes like intelligence? Like you don't have to talk to him and be like, that guy's probably pretty smart. Seems like he knows some stuff. It's kind of what I felt like I was in the right place here. I was just, everywhere you go, you're like, that guy's pretty smart. That person's, that lady, that individual. It's got a little moxie to him, so always good to be here at TCH in North Austin. Place I'd rather be at this time of year. I think a lot of the country lamenting weather. But y'all got it made down here, right? Never allowed to complain about weather here unless it's really bad. Like, again, it's the ladies' night here at on Friday. It's a 50% off. Ladies going to have a $100 no limit tournament tomorrow. As heads up here between Caitlin and Don. Bottom pair here for Don with a 9. Top pair here for Caitlin. Just going to mow him right over there with top pair.
Ben at 75. Ben at 75.
Wes Cutshall hosting a 5-5 game on Saturday. I expect there's going to be other 5-5 games run on that he'll jump into. And probably get some 5-5 PLO going. Don't forget Sunday we've got our $100 Mega Stack Freeze Out final table.
He had 2 this time.
Once we get to the final 10, that'll be broadcast here on TCH Live. Then we're going Monday. Then we've got a Monday 5-5 game. This is like the first of like a 5-day stretch of broadcast coming up. We've got doubleheader basketball. We've got Saturday streaming No Limit with Wes Cutshall. We got final table Sunday, and then we go 5-5 No Limit. And don't feel bad for me, folks. That was my goal in 2019. I says, hey, I want to broadcast more. I want to be on the air more. I want to have a role as it's a grind we will happy to be on here on TCH Live as we go 3 ways to a flop second pair here for Jacob. Nobody else has made anything. Eric gonna take a stab at it here. Bet a 30. He gonna get out. Jacob gonna call here as Eric's got position on. We'll see what the turn brings. Gonna come an ace. Oof. Turn top pair as Jacob down to 3 outs as 2 of his 7s have been mucked. He's gonna just make a disciplined fold there after the bet on the turn as yeah, the values of having position on a player is if you want to take a punch here on the flop, try to take it down and still be able to. Well, I mean, let's just say they're like Jacob calls there was second pair and a turn comes playing. Like effectively, like he's bet on the flop to give himself 2 free cards that anybody who's going to try to hero call or bluff catch in a sense is now going to have to fade 2 cards if you're going to be the better in position. So don't think of it as a bluff. Think of it as an investment. That's the way I like to see it. So Don going to raise up now here to 21. He's going to call, actually 3-bet now up to 60. Brennan asking where's Bart. He'll join us at some point. I don't know if it'll be very long. Just give him an opportunity to see what our studio looks like and get familiar with that. We can have a little chat about poker. So I'm not sure the exact time, but stay tuned. Our guy Bart Hansen going to be joining us here on TCH Live. Yeah. All right. Bet a 60 now here for E. And a bet and a fold here with an overpair. Boy, Texas TXBTP asking your favorite Hawkeye athlete, favorite Iowa Hawkeye athlete.
$6, John.
Oh, that's a tough one there. There's been a lot of really good ones as far as football, basketball. Football, I'd probably have to narrow it to like 5, and one of them's definitely got to be Bob Sanders, George Kittle, Chad Greenway. Played linebacker for my Vikings for a number. When he got drafted, I went out yelling in the streets. I was so thrilled with. Basketball, I got to go with B.J. Armstrong, I think. All right, Jacob now with Kings. Wasn't too fortunate the first time. And got a 3-bet now here to 130. Three betting out of the small blind. Rick's got position with him with queen nine. He would have to call 100 more, but not really deep enough in the stack to make a call like that. Yeah, there's been a lot of the commentator asking what the favorite Iowa Hawkeye athletes are. Ah, boy, that's a lot of guys who have gone from the NFL, and you're going to see George Kittle there in the Super Bowl. A guy who's kind of a mid-round draft pick, hadn't really gotten used a whole lot in college, but part of that streak of Iowa tight ends that have had a lot of success in the NFL. So that's there's probably somebody that I'm obviously forgetting, but Jeremy going to raise now here with queen five of diamonds. A little spicy, like it. Going to raise the straddle. Don right there here with ace deuce of diamonds. Eight, seven deuce. Bottom pair for Don on all spade board. Bet and a call here as we will go to the turn heads up. Deuce, three of a kind, ducks. Here for Don. Jeremy with no shot in this one. I mean, he may have some bluff cards here if he can get another spade, but now it's just a question here for Don. Looking at a bet of 85 here, does he want to come in here for a raise? And he will. Going to try to come out and protect his three of a kind and extract a little bit from Jeremy there, trying to bluff off three of a kind. As Albert saying, go, Matt. Missed the vlogs. So you had a lot of O's on it, so you got to accentuate it. Yeah, apparently hasn't done any vlogs in a while, so maybe we will inspire the legion of fans to be like, hey man, start making some vlogs again out of this content that you've got here on TCHLive. Talk about your experience, man. Put some crazy graphics in, some cool music, maybe some dancing. I don't know. It doesn't have to be by Matthew. You can just find a random person. You probably get Bones to do that. Cut a little rug. Caitlin going to limp with some nines out of the straddle. Jacob going to call with Dewey 5. Eric going to raise it on up here on the button. The 35 with King Jack off suit. Zenmaster Phil. I like that he had changed that on the fly. As Don going to call here with ace king. We'll come back to that. That's Jacob would have stayed in and he would have made deuces and fives. Eric now here with the best hand with top pair on the board, pair of jacks. He's going to call the bet of 45 and Don here with ace king. It just feels like when the stacks are a lot deeper, you can play ace king, for bigger 3 and 4 bets. But I think when you're not quite as deep, a deuce here on the river, no jacks and deuces. Caitlin, you gotta see the bad news here. Eric has got a jack. Gonna win a nice little pot of about $358. You see our chips here on the table. Eric and Matt both up over 1,000. Eric slightly under. The Zen Master Phil. First got to know Phil, and I was like, okay, I'm trying to make sure I remember her name. It's like last name's Jackson, like the basketball coach. It's like perfect. I've read all of his books. It's not exactly the greatest executive for the New York Knicks. Can argue, I think Phil may have been behind the times a little bit as far as some of his theory of NBA basketball, but tremendous spiritual leader, and a guy that won as many titles as any coach there was, probably besides like Red Auerbach. So
It'll be the next hand.
So we have unearthed the Zen Master Phil, a different Phil, the new Phil, raising here with King Queen. Actually, going to call the opening raise by Jeremy. Off the under the gun is some 5s, some 6-5s. I don't know, have we seen anybody flop a set yet? Nope, not yet. Top here for Jeremy.
55 is bet.
We'll come out betting here for 55. It looks like Phil will take a card off and call him in position. In worse shape than I think he knows, but turn's going to come out an 8. Jeremy not loving that card, and Phil sees maybe a window that he can try to attack here as
115.
bet of 115, and not Jeremy. Probably expect he'll call here. All right, heads up here to the river pot building to 420. Wink, wink. Heads up. Jeremy here with the best hand. 10s and 8s with a queen. Phil with king, queen high. And he's going to have to come up with a perfect bet size to get Jeremy out of this hand. I would be very surprised if he gave it up here. But 526 back. I think you're going to need to make like a 325. Phil's going to bet 300 is reaching for it, counting it out, but not loving it. He's going to try to figure out what Phil could bet here. That call the flop bet the turn, and then bang the river here. As I like the play here by Phil. It's really, he didn't take his foot off the gas here, so if he senses his opponent doesn't really love his hand after the board pairs a turn to 8, because Phil could easily call there with an 8 in that spot. But the bluff catch successful here for Jeremy, as add about $530 to his stack. Dollars, cream, pants food, wallet salad, whatever you want to call it, whatever your creative use. Whatever creative term that you have for money that you might have here. As we keep it rolling on TCH Live. My name is Mike Youngblood, bringing you all the silliness and analysis you can handle here at TCH in North Austin. 1-3, match the big stack. No limit hold'em. As players can add to their chips as the game continues and match the big stacks on the table. It looks like Jeremy may have bought it for 500 behind before the hand started, so floor staffs added on here as was not quite able to hear the audio on the table, but generally plays pretty deep, so I think we may just get a clarification if that's what he's allowed to do in that specific spot, because we get a clarification on that. Again, join us Saturday for West Cutshell. Bart Hansen going to be commentating on that for the first part of it. We'll be together for a few hours, and I'm going to close it out here up until midnight. Yeah, I'm going solo. No Bones here. I think Bones will be at most once per week. I think Bones wants to get on there on the felt too. We gotta let him do that. Gotta let a dog eat. So I think he might be playing some poker somewhere tonight and getting his study in. So can bring those basketball takes to you at full speed.
Alright, what's the big segment?
So he is not.
All right, so now that we've gotten that cleared up, I think they're going to have
Involuntarily removing my
the
ticket.
the 500 that was due back here to Jeremy taken off the table. So, but I mean, he's still a pretty healthy stack at this point anyway. So,
Fold. Raise 30. Fold.
all right, yes, Queen. Caitlin going to raise up here with some ladies,
Fold. Fold.
and here comes Dom with some sevens.
Appreciate it. Sure I'll need it.
Heads up.
All right, heads up here between Caitlin and Don. Comes out King Jack 8.
Bet.
All overs for Don. And he couldn't wait to get away from that hand. Whoosh.
Hey.
All right, so we're getting north of 1,000 on some of our stacks here.
$10 straddle.
Zen Master Phil adding back in.
$11 straddle. $11 straddle.
Like I said, I mean, it starts kind of short, but like a lot of our 1-3 games here that we have at Texas Card House, I mean, it does not take long, especially if you get guys who are more familiar with the 5-5 game and they want to play a little bit bigger. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this West Cutshall game. This is, yeah. Above all, I just enjoy seeing this room full. Because looks like we've got an $11 double straddle going on.
Never be allowed back to ledge. I haven't looked there, but there are some.
So, I mean, we'll see what kind of action happens here at TCH North Austin. Join us for the meetup game. I think he's got a roster of players that he'll bring along for it, but
You're all out of one.
we'll have plenty of other side games going on. Get your chance to play and take part in the action. Mac going to come out 3-betting here to 110 with King 10 suited. Rick looking at some sixes. Not feeling it. One of those classic youngster aggressive 3-bets that gets everybody out. And those can kind of wear on you. I know I've made the mistake many times of you get worn out from guys 3-betting you, and you can't ever really decipher, like, okay, is that guy strong here? And they got the goods, so they just making a move at this. And if you let it kind of take you off kilter sometimes too, that you know you can make mistakes there. And I think that's what some of the value is for the players that do it, is just that layer of unpredictability. And over time, you can get players to call you a little bit lighter.
Raise 38.
Anytime you can kind of show us, like, hey, I don't always have kings and aces or ace-king here. Rick now here with some ones. Gonna jack the price up here to 38. And Jeremy's like, hey, I got jack 8 suited. This is right in my wheelhouse.
Heads up.
Nearly 4-1 advantage here pre-flop is 8-5-4. Top pair for Jeremy, over pair for Rick. Jeremy first act is going to check over here to Rick. The Rick. Not sure if he is also a big fan of ESPN.com,
85.
but I was joking about Sam with that last week about Michael Malley, the Sports Center commercials. Huh? I think we need a TCH. I think we need some kind of like. I've got a funny idea if we ever do a like a promo commercial. Just have me like commentating on things that don't involve poker, don't involve broadcast. Like a dealer's coming to the back room trying to get ready for their shift and just standing there with the headset. All right, here comes a shove all in with Rick. Excuse me. That was a turn bet of about 225.
I'm trying to catch up. The best
I think there's a lot of creative ideas that are milling through my brain, and if you got any ideas you want to drop here in the chat box, do so here at TCH Live. You can visit our website, texascardhouse.com. Check out any of our 3 or 4 locations. Yeah, we announced TCH Dallas going to be opening up in the future. Down the road, though, so
Raise 15.
list growing out in our Houston location. Getting a $200 freeze out on Saturday.
What a
Cards
nit.
exposed.
Jacob going to raise here with some 9s. Phil's going to call Queen Jack, and Ortiz with Ace 5.
3 players.
And here we go. Ace Queen 6. Top pair here for Ortiz. Check, check, check all the way around. As turn puts another club out there. Phil has got a club draw with his second pair.
30.
Jacob's got 9s, and says, "Ain't nobody bet on the flop. Maybe I got this." So it's
3 players.
and 3 ways here to the river. It's going to come out of 10. Ortiz with the best hand with top pair. Queen 10, 6.
Bet 80.
He's going to come out firing again. He might be able to get Ortiz to lay down the weaker ace. I doubt he will, but it's a bet that looks like a value bet. There's plenty of aces that beat Ortiz's. Phil going to give up his hand, but we'll see if he puts it together there and summons the spirit of Ric Flair on his shirt and says, "Woo!" I call. I don't know if Rick ever said that, but some combination of that. The Nature Boy. And it's going to slap Jacob's chest here as he shows him top pair. I'm going to turn it here to the chat section. What are you guys, some of your old-time wrestlers, the old professional wrestlers? Like, I loved Generation X. It was a really bad influence on me as a kid. When I first got into wrestling, it was like Goldberg and Steve Austin and The Undertaker, Kane.
$6, Straddle.
Kind of the golden era, and then I turned like 14, and then I was just like, you know what, wrestling's not quite as awesome as I thought it was. I really grew up then, guys. You gotta believe it. I was a sharp 15-year-old for a kid as stupid as I was. All right, $6 straddle. Got Don calling. Oh yeah, the Junkyard Dog. I used to love watching ECW. Like, I mean, I think I bought a bunch of tapes on eBay just to see Sabu, Rob Van Dam, New Jack, like the Dudley Boys. There was some. Oh my lord, that was some great content way back in the day. I'm not gonna come out betting with the Ace of Diamonds in his hand and Von Erichs. That's probably going way back. The Hardy Boys. Don here with 6 is gonna get out. So we'll keep it moving here on TCH Live. 1-3 match, the big stack. And we've got word Sam Von Kennel is on the list. He is next to be up in the game. So we're going to be seeing Uncle Sam, Carnival Sam, Sam Bam. Thank you, ma'am, coming on in here. And fire up the carnival music, as Carnival Sam may be joining us on the table, so don't go anywhere.
I had the other 7 and I rivered a both, so.
We also will we'll have Bart Hansen from Crush Live Poker joining us at some point, just to say hello to our viewers, listeners, brothers and sisters all around the world. Getting names of vintage wrestlers here. And I don't know what you would call vintage. Like, I mean, I think so I'm like 34. Like, the era for me was kind of like late 90s, 2000s. So that was just like when The Rock was starting to get big. And I loved NWO Wolfpack. Dude, like Kevin Nash, Scott Hall. Sting. The guys like, well, unfortunately, Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko, Lance Storm, all those Canadian guys. I don't really want to talk about Chris Benoit. It's a pretty sad story, but Bret Hart, Bret the Hitman Hart, Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Just indulge me while I go down memory lane here. As a part of my brain that I totally forgot about professional wrestling. Somehow, still stuck in the memory bank there. That's all right. Ace-6 versus King-Queen. Don gonna call here with the Ace-6 off. As Matt hit 3-bet. Flop comes out Ace-King-7. Ooh. Gonna go, what, check here on the flop. Don's gonna leave the turn here for a bet of 75. Matt will call him here with second pair as we go heads up to the Riv. So now with a pot of 284. Don gonna bet for value here with his aces. Not gonna try to figure out and try to put this together here as you all comment on some of your own favorite wrestlers. Mike Tipton, Saint Sable, Trish Stratus, Tori. Oh yeah, that was like a totally bad thing for me as a teenage boy. I just set some really unrealistic expectations of but you know, they did fire your hormones up a little bit, so Matt still thinking here with second pair. Trying to figure out if Don might be bluffing him, and this we can see because we're experts. See his top pair way out in front, and he's gonna make a crying call here. Let's see. Ace-6 smashes his hand. It's a nice bet on the end there by Don. Nice. Ultimate Warrior, definitely. When I got into wrestling, like that was just, I just kind of missed that time. Favorite DX. Oh, Mankind, Mick Foley, Cactus Jack, Duke Love. I love Mick Foley's book. I missed a chance to, I think like, he did like some kind of meetup here in Austin, I think. Not too long. He did, I think he had like a comedy show or something over at Cap City, but, yeah, love Mankind, Mick Foley. Got a $10 strat on here by the Zen Master Phil.
Trust me, I've made enough bad calls already today that and I'm sure I'll make some more.
Matt's gonna come out raising here with King 10 yet again. And Ortiz with the Rockets. He's got Harden and Westbrook. Ace here for a 3-bet up to 90. Coming up with all sorts of creative nicknames here for some of these hands. If you got any creative ideas, by all means, drop them right here in the chat box. So 3-bet and fold, which is the life of aces. Again, join us on Saturday, West Cutshaw's 5-5. No Limit Hold'em meetup game happening Saturday at 6. Bart Hansen's going to kick off the show as commentator. I'll be joining him about halfway through. We'll talk for a little bit, and then I will be taking you through the midnight hour. I'd be proud of that. That's gonna be cool. Kind of end that stream at about. We expect it to be about like a 6-hour show. So I'm gonna give you a nice variety of people to listen to. I think y'all can only listen to me talk about basketball, football, and my yesteryears for so long. For I'm gonna mix it up here for everybody. So I've seen a fair amount of straddling going on in this game. I think we may get a chip up here by E. This is not the E from Entourage either. What are your guys' thought on Entourage? Like, did you hate it? Did you like it? I kind of enjoyed it when I watched it, but it got more kind of painful to say that I liked it as it went on. Because it's just like, okay, this is not quite as cool as it was originally. Was it ever, though? I turn that question to you. You guys big Entourage fans back when it came out? Are you Queens Boulevard fans?
Check runner on 12, please.
Here we go with Dom with a 3-bet up here to 80.
Ones?
What a nice guy there. Just shows Phil that wasn't messing around.
Straddle is still pretty good, right? Pretty good straddle.
I think we just had everybody log off the stream as soon as I mentioned the word Entourage. So I think that's probably my answer there.
I've heard if you double straddle.
We were at like 5,000 viewers at one point, and everybody just clicked the X right at that point. Like, no, can't do this. I don't know. I don't care how many times you watch Viking Quest. All right, we're here to joke around though, so you can follow us on Twitter, TCHATX. Also on Instagram, TCH.ATX. And you can follow me on the gram at HoopsMike, on Twitter at HoopsMike. We've got Jeremy raising up with some J's, some Jacks. Matt here with ace deuce, Ortiz with a couple of nines, Caitlin with king 10 suited. Boom. Queen 7-3. I forgot they actually did a movie. I don't know if I ever saw that. Gutter ball now here for Matt is checked all the way around. Ortiz feeling like his nines might be best. Will come out. Bet and a call. Jeremy in the lead with some J's. Here as we go to the river. Comes out of 4. Would have made. Matthew is straight, but Ortiz going to come check, and Jeremy going to check back. And see, the queen did not matter, as just also what Meghan Markle and Prince William said. The queen doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm out of here. Anytime I can mix a little pop culture reference in. I don't really follow some of that stuff, but those guys want to get away from royalty and try to live a semi-normal existence for what it's worth. Well, more power to you.
I've got a buddy that's really into sports betting.
Glenn saying he's a big Sloan fan. I gotta say, Sloan really carried that show for a number of years. Certainly saw more in Eric than I did. It's like, really? This dude? He's like 5'2".
Over under Trump
Like,
tweets at
you could probably open this up to a dating discussion too. Like, if you guys got questions.
how many tweets?
I somewhat have an idea what the hell I'm doing in that avenue, so got what Tinder tips.
Has done some research, for sure.
I can promise you some advice. I don't know if it'll be any good. But give me a sounding board here. Lady No Muck asking a seat 5 of Vlogger. At least he used to be. But he said hasn't put out a lot of content as of late. But see if that changes tonight. Set of 9s now for Jeremy. Ortiz with a mystery hand.
You're in a feature trial?
Yesterday was 124.
For the day?
24 tweets in a day, including reads.
Gonna put a pot size bet of about 40.
27?
Everybody will be chased out.
He set some sort of record.
It's tough when you make a set and nobody calls you, huh? It's just so disappointing. You feel like you're supposed to get the Brinks truck backing up, and that's cash money being shipped your way. But small pot there for Jeremy as we keep it moving on our 1-3. No limit to hold them. Match the big stack game. Next Saturday, we're also going to have a 2K guaranteed free roll happening as well. So if you can't get in the big game, you ain't looking to splash around in a big cash game. Free rolls have been doing pretty good, so pretty nice value. If you're looking for something else to play here this Saturday, we've got the 5-5 West Cutshaw game, and I expect there'll be some other good stakes action happening here at TCH.
Since the impeachment trial started, or the impeachment in general, his odds have gone up.
Sorry, it's totally straddle.
But they've improved like dramatically.
Considerate of me.
Race up now, here by Jeremy.
What's that?
I think actually it was his double straddle, 15.
Basically even.
He's got ace-3 and says, why not? Let's raise it up here.
He's like minus 160 now.
Heads up for what?
Like, so prior to impeachment, he was minus
Gonna call
110.
is King 7 versus Ace-3. Classic matchup.
Now he's minus 160.
Top and bottom here for Jeremy. Nut flush draw here for E. Here we go.
Not favor versus gang heads up or something.
No, that's against
We see a couple of those
everybody. That's
clubs
like, doesn't matter who's you can take everybody.
not available as they have been mocked, but here comes a bet of 80.
I do remember when there was like
You know, E can also make runner straight.
your friend did not finish his first term or something.
He can also make running kings too, so that gives him a few more outs.
I mean,
And
everyone,
like obviously 6 months in, they're like, wait.
every senator has made up their mind which way they're voting already.
Does not know here that Jeremy
We're wasting time and money.
has made top and bottom pair.
This part right here.
Bet of 175. Pretty sizable bet, but Jeremy with about 991 back, but could think there also may be a small part of the world where his king might be good, but River's going to come at 5, so Jeremy's still with the best hand with aces and 3s, 2 pairs. Check on over here to Jeremy. It's going to be hunting for some value. And here in Opana, 634. I think we've seen players either try to make bets that sort of look like bluffs. But he raised pre-flop, bet on the flop, bet on the turn. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the bet I would go with. You know, the decision is kind of nods. Okay, you might actually have this here. So facing a bet of 275. Looks like a value bet. Smells like a value bet. Most likely probably is. He gonna run through the possibilities that could my king be good here? What could it possibly beat? Unless Jeremy just decided to, 3-barrel with 4-5 and like I said, we know this because we can see the cards, but he's gonna try to bluff catch. He's gonna say, dude, you raised me with ace-3? The disrespect. All right, I don't think he'll say it just like that, but a nice pot here for Jeremy. Down up to 1,900, so... Well, that opens it up for all the players here, too, as... If you want to add some chips here to the table, now the big stack's up to 1,900. That could be like a breath of life here into this game to get some more chips in play. See, maybe some more nuanced 3-bets. It's a pretty good poker here for Thursday at Texas Card House. Stay tuned. Bart Hansen will be with us at some point tonight. Stop in and say hello. Sam Von Kennel on the wait list. So Uncle Sam will be there, so you can roast him or cheer him on in the chat box. Might have to get some carnival music going though. That is. I feel like that's the next stage here for broadcast. We can start putting in sound effects. You got to be careful with those. Those can jump the shark really fast. $6 straddle not for Jeremy is. Glenn saying we may break the internet with our cast of characters coming from H-Town for this Saturday game. I believe it. You guys seem pretty fired up for it. And hopefully meet y'all and maybe sign some autographs, kiss a few babies. Lay out the red carpet, you know? Just standard typical stuff. Alright, so Phil had raised up with ace-7. Matt had called him with ace-10. And we are at a flop of jack high, 2 spades. Phil betting 30. And gonna draw a fold as here's our winners and losers. Jeremy up a bit, Eric up a bit, Phil down, Jacob down, E down, Matt down. But Don, Rick, Eric, and Jeremy up the most money here, about 25, 26 hands into our 1-3 no limit cash game here on Texas Card House. Live. Got that little part. Out on the main floor, we've got a 1-3 with bomb pots going. We've got 2-1-2 tables. Looks like we've got a 1-2-5 Big O game happening. Getting a list going for some 1-1 PLO. I might, hey, 1-1 PLO, I might play a little bingo there with y'all. I could be down to trot for that. Rick gonna raise up now here with ace-5. Don with some cowboys. Some kings. Some royalty. And here comes a raise up to 62. Matt not buying it. Gonna come try to bring the heat here and bring out a 4-bet. Here with ace-8, thinking Don might be 3-betting light. Don could either start feeling a creeping sickness in his stomach. Matt might have aces, but we see he's well ahead. Now I'm looking at 148 to call. The only move I think he is. Well, I don't have to say like the only move, but he's got to move all in. Matthew has seen that his plan has been foiled. Give it on up as the Kings put in the fourth bet. Gonna add 231 before we even see a flop, so. And players can add chips to their stack throughout the evening. Matching the big stack as Jeremy's got 1,900. And
Trying hard.
do have Sam Von Kennel on the wait list. He'll be the next player to come on in if we do have somebody who steps out.
I had a pair on that one, but I had the age.
Jump on in here to the chat box. Let us know who you're rooting for or rooting against. You guys were killing it on the last chat box set on the last stream. That was prime time for the comment section. You guys were gold, but I think Bones had got y'all riled up about hoops. That the natural reactions. Maybe I just gotta start trolling you guys more, huh? All right, here comes a 3-bet up to 90 up by E on the button with Queen Jack Ortiz. Had smooth call of the range with Jack's pre-flop. And gonna call him here as we go heads up. Ortiz about $584 in front of him. Pot at 224 as it comes Jack 6-5. Oh, dangerous board here for E. Top set here for Ortiz. So he's come out with a 3-bet. He's made top pair. And here we're gonna bet 110. Now what do you do for Ortiz? Played fast, has played kind of tight. It's not made any, I think probably the right move is come on for a raise. See how much that slows down he is. His raise is up to 250 is. Oh, they're going to get it all in, and it's going to need running queens to win this one as Ortiz has that top set. And he flips it. There's turn going to come at 3 and a 9, so Ortiz gonna double up here to 1,400. Yeah, just make top set and get it all in. Game's sometimes simple as that. Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood. You can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike, on Twitter at HoopsMike. Try to keep it. Try to be an entertaining follow, you know. But if you want to follow us on Instagram here at Texas Card House, do so tch.atx. You can also find us on Facebook, Texas Card House, and our website texascardhouse.com. Where again, the link to the podcast are from the fount. You can also subscribe to on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. And also expect that we'll be joined here by Bart Hansen at some point tonight to chat. And I'll get his thoughts on Crush Live Poker and moving here to the Texas area, Vegas, California. And they got to say, you know, sometimes it's good to make a change. So I hope he's enjoying it. And change of environment. So it's kind of curious his thoughts as to, you know, how people play here as compared to some of the West Coast.
Just in case.
Check runner on 12, please.
Yeah, Rami. Like, yeah, it turns out when you play 10-handed, players have kings and aces from time to time. That's yeah, that's why I think you see a lot of the type players loved it. You know, they want to get that seat filled. So, you know, dealt many times and see a look of panic if you know, grab a seat card right away to fill that 10th seat. Got to be able to way to get kings or aces.
Check runner on 12, please.
Matt here with king 7, Jeremy here with ace 8 of spades. Both players missed the board. Turn going to come at deuce. Matthew, the aggressor, to come out betting. Down a little bit in this session. Slatify says, let's go, Rick. Yeah. Who are you guys rooting for? I mean, you gotta... We've got Phil, the Zen Master. We've got Jacob,
Check run on
Jeremy,
12, please.
Ortiz, Eric. Everybody rooting for Don. Everybody rooting for Caitlin, for E. I mean, it's, you gotta show some support for you people. Fire up that chat boxes. Got Greg in the box. The gentleman Greg, G-Reg as I call him. Dealing out winners all night long here at Texas Card House. We're open until 4 a.m. Mondays through Thursdays. We're open 24 hours on Friday and Saturday. Sunday going to be open until 3 a.m. on Monday morning. So, night owl like I am, you're bound to see me here. We had an opening raise from Eric up to 12 as we get changed back here to all our players. There we go. We got a loader. Caitlin with some ducks. Jacob here with a hand that he called out of the blind with. Rick here with the old 6-9 of diamonds. So what do we got? Jacob's hand here. Let's scan it.
Nice try.
All right, ace, 7, queen. Still don't know what Jacob's hand is just yet, but we'll... The Rick gonna come out leading. Jacob and Eric will fold, and so will Caitlin. And like I said, this is sometimes something that he does. If he kind of feels like his board probably missed everybody, go try to take a lead at it. See some players have added to their stacks, so we're getting to close to the table being north of 1,000. Don, Eric, Phil, E, Ortiz, Matt, and Jeremy. David saying I'm rooting for Don. Good guy. Known him a couple of years. Yeah, I've seen him a lot here in the cash games over the years here at TCH. It's good to see familiar faces and players that we see here a fair amount. And we would love to see your smiling face if you have not. Here at Texas Card House throughout the month of January, we've got progressive savings on your hourly rate. Again, we are a social card club, meaning we don't do rake. We don't take any of your money that's on the table. It's just an hourly rate here to play at Texas Card House. If you want to save, if you play for 5 hours straight, we'll get you 20% off your hourly. If you play for 7 hours straight or more, that is 30% off. And for 10 hours straight, 40% off your hourly rate here at Texas Card House. Make a trip here to Austin from wherever you may be. Great time of the year to come here during the winter time. And just the nuts here for Jeremy as he flops a straight 8 to Jack. Rick here with ace king. Walking into the lion's den as bet on the flop, but just under half the pot of 125. Jeremy is seeing a pretty draw-heavy board. Going to come in here for a raise for 350. Probably should chase Rick out. I mean, at best, he's beating a draw here. We can see he's right up against it. Kenny Rogers out there rooting here for my boy Ortiz. Gonna get a bet and a fold as we'll keep it moving here on your new favorite poker channel, TCH Live. Kenny's saying his game has improved a lot, and I'm proud of how he's played so far. And that's the thing about this game. It's a long, continuous journey, man. You're always trying to find the little things that make your game just a little bit better. And you can go from beginning player to an intermediate player pretty fast, and to intermediate to advanced is, well, it's all up to the work that you do and time you spent. And some people have a little more natural card sense than others, so you can get better in this game over time, and that's why if you're looking for exclusive cash game training, look up Bart Hansen at CrushLivePoker.com exclusively for training live cash game play. Sign up for a 30-day free trial. CrushLivePoker.com. We'll have Bart here in a little bit too, as Uncle Sam going to be joining the wait list. We may see him at some point. He'll be the next new player if we do lose somebody. Caitlin had a 3-bet here with ace-queen offsuit. Jeremy going to call with ace-3. He's flopped the nut low, but not low draw, but not much else. Let me make a nice bet there on the flop, and we'll get Jeremy out. Oh, there's some VPIP numbers there. Matt up to 46. Eric, Ortiz, all around the 20 mark, and Jeremy and Don have mixed up a fair amount, so they've gotten in the pot. A decent amount tonight.
You want to know what I have? I'll tell anybody. And I have king or
If you want to come down and play some cash games tonight, get on the list on any of our games or start a new list. And that's the thing, folks. If you want to get a game going, you want to get a Big O game going, a PLO game going, a mixed game going, all you got to do is get on the list. And we can start talking to people in the room and say, hey, you want to play some PLO? Do you want to play some mix? 5-10, 10-20 limit mix. 5-10, no limit. Hey, we can help you out here as you call our front desk and talk to our hosts or floor managers at 512-956-7195. Turn going to come 5 aces up here for Don. Bet at 15. Got a straight flush draw though here for Caitlin. River's going to come out at 7. That counterfeits, but Don's still with the best hand with aces and 7s with a queen. And that should chase everybody out here as... Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if we lowered that a little bit. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. It might have... No, Rami was on that test train. We did, I think, like a round of each of 5-5 PLO and 5-5 no limit. And it did ran it for like an hour just to kind of see, okay, what in the world we're doing technically and how does all this sound. And that was actually a really great game that a few of you got to see that had the link to the live stream. And so I think maybe it looks like it might be a little bit lower, so it's a little more comfortable for the players. Glenn asking for Super Bowl thoughts, and my thing is when it's the off week, I kind of try to sort of stay away from thinking too much about it, just because. Well, here we've got Phil raising up with jacks on the button and get a fold all the way around. Is like I feel people I actually kind of feel bad for are like people, I mean, they're probably getting well compensated, but you're doing like a 6-hour Super Bowl pregame show. And like, who is watching that for 6 hours going, okay, here's the story of the long snapper who overcome this odds to be here, and this backup linebacker, yeah, he came from nowhere. It's just sort of like, it's not like TV analysts are that spectacular to begin with, just regurgitating the same takes as it is. This team has to run the ball. They've got to stop the pass. You've got to slow down Pat Mahomes. It's like, we all know this. We all know this. Matt knows he's going to raise up now to 175.
I mean, we got a lot of money. $150.
Here with King Jack as
45.
Oh, you're right.
But as for the game itself, though, as again, Matt has 3-bet pretty heavy, and has been able to take some pots down uncontested. But
I was ready for the 7 deuce.
yeah, and I agree with Ron. Like, yeah, the thing about that the Niners do so well is they have really come out well scripting some of their opening drives. So it's like some of their best drives tend to be the first possession of the first quarter, first possession of the second half, and if they're able to dictate the tempo of that game, meaning that they get up a touchdown and they can ground and pound and nickel and dime you to death and just take your defense all different directions. Like, they do an extraordinary level of pre-snap motion from left to right, and a lot of counters and counters off of counters and creating cutback lanes like the old Shanahan offense back when you had like Terrell Davis, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson, those Denver guys. So Matt have picked up some kings, so this will go heads up here to a flop. King 10-4. So, I mean, my Niners perspective is like, I know what the peak version of the 49ers is the one that controls tempo in a game, and that's tough to beat even for the most explosive offenses. So, overpair now here for Matt as we'll chase Don out. So, but the Chiefs have so much team speed. They've got. I mean, it's like we're going to give Mahomes the benefit of the doubt because he's at his peak has been, at times looks like the best quarterback in the league, and he's got weapons. Running game seems to be working, and defense seems to be fine. On paper, though, even though I think the Chiefs are a slight favorite, the Niners are a bit. I mean, the matchup as far as where the team's strengths lies kind of plays a little bit more in the Niners' hands. They got a strong pass defense. A strong running game. So it's like, okay, you've got the ability to run on the Chiefs, which have made the jump from bad run defense to pretty good run defense, as we saw against Derrick Henry, but Rick raising here with some queens. But the difference between the Niners and the Titans is that the Niners just have a lot more dynamic offense and a lot of different ways they can keep you on your heels. And so, I mean, I like the Niners in this one. I feel like I want to root for the Chiefs because I do really like their team. But what you really like is to look down and see aces, and that's what Don has here as he's 3-bet to 110. Rick has called him. We're going heads up here to the flop. King high, 2 hearts, aces versus queens, and Rick gonna come out here betting though. Dom with the ace of hearts in his hand. And Rick's got just under. He's got just under 400 here, so. And he's going to shove all in here for 923. I imagine Rick might be getting out of this. That's tough to give up queens. I mean, the king kind of helps you get away from it in a sense, but
I'm a little OCD.
How many you have? Two? What if I give you 2 stacks of red?
Rick's still thinking here. It's,
I don't want any worse. I'll grab a whole lot.
Please, anything like that.
You got too many blacks up there.
It looks a little crooked on top.
Yeah. I'll trade you.
time to act, about less than 400. And I mean, they could have made this pot a lot bigger. Rick had played it just cautiously enough that wasn't going to lose this whole stack on the deal. But Don's picked up some nice hands and some nice spots.
There's like a 0% chance you fold the kings, okay?
As you see our chips there, Caitlin, Jacob, Rick, smaller stacks on the table, but yeah, that can change in just one hand. A couple of players have added to their chip stacks, matching the big stack.
I'm so unlucky. How am I this unlucky?
As we keep them rolling on TCHLive, if you have not hit subscribe yet, do so. Get yourself a free hour if you have not used that free hour yet at any of our TCH locations. Austin, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley location, Edinburgh.
But you are also lucky that it becomes clean.
Do have a aggressive savings at our TCH North Austin location here throughout the month of January. Got a few more days to use that yet, so invite you to stop on in. Is Jacob gonna raise now with King Queen? Eric now gonna 3-bet here with Ace 10. That's Rick got called pre-flop. Is Jacob not buying it? Says, all right, let's take the flop here with King Queen. 7-7-3. Ace high still good here for Eric. Jacob first act. Gonna check. Turn comes to 10. Eric has made top pair on the board. 10s and 7s with an ace. Jacob still with some overcards, but he's not going to bite at it. Eric's going to come out here for a bet.
At the end of the night, I'm like, oh, yeah, it should. It has to be good.
And a bit will draw a fold, but excuse me. Ty saying, man, I hate this jam. Just meaning the shove all in by Don with aces on the King 10 blank. With 2 hearts board. I mean, like, because of the fact that we can see that Rick has queens, it's just like you feel like maybe there's some obligation to maybe draw it out and go another street and maybe try to see if you can get some more value out of it. But if Rick, who's been leading a lot of flops and betting into the razor in some certain spots, like he could very easily well be doing that with second pair with a hand that he might feel like may call him with there. And I think if Rick has more chips in front of him too, there's more ways that he can play it. He can maybe come out with a smaller raise, but when his opponent's only got about 400 behind him, and he may not have exactly a feel for where a starting hand may be. Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes you just have to get it in, and that's. So second pair here for Matt and Rick. Matt with a better kicker. Not gonna bet 20, gonna get called, so. Again, I don't fault Rick for some of these plays. So I don't want that to be a an indictment or anything he does here, as not both players technically chopping here, as they both have queens and threes with an ace. But Rick has a few more outs here with some diamonds, and he will come leading on the turn of 75. As now, I wonder if Rick may have been a limit hold'em player. It's like you tend to see that more in limit hold'em games, where if you're out of position, you're gonna put kind of a feeler bet, or it's a play you typically make there. And I think that good players in no limit can kind of sense what that is when that happens. So. Yeah, and I agree there with you, Ty. It's just a matter of, you know, like I said, there's a lot of different ways you can play it. I mean, I would love if there was another, like a little exotic move, or maybe just a smooth call, but you know, some people don't like to play it that way, and it's just sort of like if you're up against an opponent that doesn't have a whole lot, but the lines get kind of blurry as far as, okay, is that optimal, or is that just okay? And sometimes just okay is great. You know, your objective is to win the hand, but Jeremy going to raise up here with a 9-6. Rick going to call here with ace-queen. Jacob here with 10-8 of diamonds. E here with suited king, and Tom with 8-5 as it comes out. Queen 6-6, 3 of a kind. Here for Jeremy, top pair for Rick. This could be a trouble spot here, as Rick going to lead out of position. Fires out of bed at 75. Jeremy licking his chops here. Figuratively, of course, not literally. You know, our generation has misused the word literally. Literally the worst way that you can. Like, literally misinterpreting what that word is supposed to mean. Ugh, drives me nuts. Some drunk girl telling you stories. Don't make any sense. Start popping off. They literally did this. I'm literally on fire with anger right now. Like, no, you're not. Comes to bed at 75 again here with 2 pair of queens and 6s. Is Rick now at 278 back, and Jeremy comes out with a raise here. It's not. It's like, could he raise anything with a 6 in his hand? It's gonna put him to the test here. Rick probably hates the spot here because he's kind of priced himself into it. He's bet 75 here on the flops, bet 75 here on the turn, and says, okay, I can beat a lot of queens in this spot. King, queen, queen, jack, queen 10. I could beat heart draws here. I have the ace of hearts, so I mean, does that help his decision-making process? Well, it won't. He's going to need some help. Any of the 2 remaining queens left in the deck. And it comes out a 9 as 6s full of 9s now for Jeremy, who has been killing it here tonight, now up to 2,600. And any of y'all want to match the big stack? Now can match it up to 2,600. Yeah, and Thomas is like, yeah, he's not going to fold. Like, it's really tough in that spot. But we'll see if we will have Uncle Sam coming on into the game, or if Rick will rebuy. Get your popcorn ready when Carnival Sam comes to the house, guys. But see, Rick left his tip chips there, so I probably bet he may have another bullet to jump into the game with this. Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood. If you have not hit subscribe yet, what are you waiting for, man? Hit that subscribe button. Be one of the cool kids that subscribes to your new favorite poker show, TCH Live. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies, tell foreign dignitaries, hey, man, this is the greatest poker show there may be. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but you could be your own hype man here for our show. But give it a little tapper on TCH Live, our YouTube channel, growing leaps and bounds in just under our first month. All the folks like you who have made this possible. We have enjoyed your feedback. We certainly love to hear more about what you think of the show. There's Matt out here with some queens. Eric suited ace jack and a nut flush draw here with the 9 high board. Turn comes a 5, so queens and 5s now for Matt. He's for Eric is first act. Gonna check over here as Matt. Sizable bet here of about 275. Pot size bet. Now Eric with a decision to make. Matt has been 3-betting all over the place here in this. He's got draws. Here to a diamond or 3 remaining aces, but Matt has bet him out of this pot. Let's just check our VPIPs. Matt over 48%. Former, current poker vlogger. Know he's done some content in the past, and hey, maybe we might see a re-emergence. Don also in there 46% of the time. Jeremy also mixing up quite a bit. We've had a fair amount of action / good cards, premium hands. Haven't seen any ridiculously wild bluffs or crazy shenanigans. And we will not piss you up if you use the word shenanigans here. Did you guys ever see Super Troopers 2, the second one? I saw it in theaters and I thought it was hilarious, but I've not rewatched it just to see if I was just in the moment with it. I thought some of it was funny, but I mean it's the same kind of thing of what you expect out of the first one. The first Super Troopers was so classic. It's just can rewatch that at any point in time. Caitlin had come out with a raise here with ace 8. Eric, let's see, folded his queen. It looks like he's going to go check fold here as Phil called pre-flop 7-6.
Man, that's exciting. Almost made it to the 10.
So we'll keep it moving here on TCH Live.
One show backfired. I got 3.
Had one really, really bad one.
Houston played a 3-7 fold. She got fold.
Seems like it never does, but
Had to turn the mute off here. I might have not. You guys may not have caught me there, but. Again, on Friday, we've got a $100 ladies free entry no limit hold'em tournament. Also, ladies' nights 50% off on your hourly. Wes Cutshall coming on Saturday here for 5-5. No limit hold'em on the stream.
The whole thing? If I get the whole thing.
Let's not get hostile now, meow. All right, we got KJ coming to the box, meow. You guys think I could get meow 10 times here on the stream? Do any of you guys want to play repeater? Or do any of you guys want to play repeater? Hurry up, meow, and leave a comment here in the comment box. So we've got a $6 straddle, right, meow. Our 53rd hand of 1-3 match the big stack. No limit hold'em. Jeremy with a suited 6-5. Let's make it 30. Rick gonna call. Here was the Jason Garrett, the 8 and 8. The Ochos. Phil coming out here for a 3-bet now to 110 here with Ace Queen. Pasta God. Is there really a god of pasta? This is Knit Fest. Andrew saying, is that my man KJ in the box? You sure? Yeah, it's sure right. That is KJ in the box, meow. Is Jeremy going to call the 6-5 suited? He's got a gutter ball here on a king high flop. Got to check over here to the Zen Master Phil. Phil came out 3-betting. Probably don't want to leave his kids hanging. They're going to come out betting. Jeremy did not smack that flop. We'll get out. So his cumulative winners and losers thus far. E with a tough session. Phil's had a tough run of it. Jacob has run into some unfortunate luck, but Jeremy's killed it here. Him and Ortiz and Don having a pretty good session here on TCHLive. We'll have Bart Hansen at some point joining us here throughout the evening. Say hello to y'all at TCH. I know, that's the first thing I thought of there, Erica. It's like, I didn't have to think about it, went right to it. 8-8, the Jason Garrett. Was formerly known as the Jeff Fisher. How do I get into this game? You can get on our wait list here at 512-956-7195. We do have another 1-3 table going in the main room, so if you can't play on that one, here on the live stream, you can jump into that game as Don got a 3-bet with some ones and a 3-bet fold. Seen a lot of primos here tonight. Jacks, kings, aces, queens. It's the only hands I know. But if you come out here to 13376 North Highway 183, in between Sherwin-Williams and Discount Tire, right behind the Coffee Bean. Come on down here to Texas Card House in Austin. Yeah, there you go. Yep, that is where it is, North Austin.
I had Jack one time. I'm gonna go back and watch.
10-handed here in our 1-3 match stack.
But I believe I've had 7 deuce off.
Players start off with a max of 500 and seen some nice pots, but a few players stuck here, going to try to dig their way out. As Rick has had kind of a tough run at it. They're going to come out racing. Here for ace queen. Nobody hopping on just yet. Ortiz, though. Oh, give up the 10 knot of clubs? Oh, man. Doesn't like the position, though. It's Jeremy. It's all right. I'll take a flop with you here with 8-7 off. Player's tangling up again. Is going to come out queen 9-10. Bottom end of the open ender here for Jeremy. Make a straight with a jack or a 6. Rick here with top pair, top kicker, a.k.a. the nuts. No, I'm kidding, but Mike Tipton saying, hey, we are due for a big pot. Yeah, the winds are brewing here for it, too. Like, I feel like we've got it something like we're going to get a big hand, if not tonight, maybe Saturday. Wes Cutshall's in the house. Again, there was a $10 straddle, so that changes the sizing up a little bit on some of the opening raises that you'll see. Typically, in this game, you'll see anywhere from 12 to 25. But if you throw a straddle out there, like, yeah, you can see that number go up. All right, Jacob gonna lie out here in the weeds with some jacks and gets what he wants, a raise behind him. Matt gonna call here with 6-5. Ortiz with queen 9 on the button, and here comes he with a 3-bet to 105 as Jacob has chipped up here, added more to his stack, and we'll call the bet.
No, I did. I just wish I won.
Pre-flop to 105.
Come here.
Oh, when I had 6s? Yeah, 6s.
I wish I would have won more, but
Was that the one where it came out?
yeah.
We're gonna come back to that though. So now a few people commenting on the hand before this one is Jack's gonna try to stay in the lead here against Ace Jack. Comes out 10 high. Good flop here for Jacob. He just has quite not been able to get in the rhythm in this game and not drawn pretty slim. Gonna go make out a continuation bet of 105 and get called as turn comes to 9. Huge advantage here for Jacob as it gets checked to him. Come out, protect. There's 2 cards in the hole, right? Meow. Bet at 250. Pot has grown to 733. And my best guess probably he's going to give this one up. There you go. Jacob now here on the winning side of things. Picked up a couple of good hands, but outdrawn in some spots. And see all the chips there on the table. Try to see if we get a running count as how much we have. If again, if you've not hit subscribe yet, that's a free hour of play at Texas Card House, any location, just to show them that hey, you've subscribed to the show. And we've got progressive savings throughout the month of January for you cash game players. I think we're supposed to have Bart Hansen at some point. He's given us a number of plugs, and he will be on the call here on TCHLive on Saturday for part of the stream. I'll be joining him midway through and then taking it to the midnight hour, which should be some exciting action. All right, ace-10 raise up here by Rick. Not going to call a 7-5 spade. And E going to come out raising on the button. Bet up to 85. He's going to put the little squeeze on. Alex saying, you guys got to get Vittorio back on the show. Yeah, I would love it. Yeah, I'm not. We definitely got to get Vittorio back on this one. Getting neighbors back here too. Those guys battle it out again. All right, ace high flop here for E. Bottom pair now for Matt, the 7. Kicker. He's checked over to E. This is going to bet 130. Rick, no pair, no draw. Squat douche, but ace high. Does Matt feel like bluff catching? Says, I don't believe you, man. He calls 130. Board pair's a king. What a good card. I mean, it does open up some counterfeit outs. If you get an 8. And an ace on the river. It's always an ace, isn't it? This has unfolded perfectly now for E with a pot of 519. Gonna go hunting for value here with aces and kings and a 10 kicker. Bet 225 on the end is Matt obviously like 245 appears. Matt thinking through anything that he can bet there that doesn't have an ace, and we'll see. No, bet on the ace side, flush draw, and slam the river with an ace. So yeah, it's kind of between each hand. It could present you some stats, some numbers, and some of the VPIP, some of the cumulative winnings. Gotta keep you all in the loop as keep moving on TCH Live. We've audience continues to grow, so if you're a first-time subscriber, first-time viewer, hit that subscribe button. That way you know the next time that we're on your new favorite poker show, TCH Live. Great production value, good commentary, some jokes. Try to get some jokes in here. Try to have as much fun as we can while bringing you a great quality broadcast. I'm really proud of what we've gotten done so far. I know poker players are pretty particular, got high standards.
Yeah, he's
So the fact that, hey, nobody said a bad thing to me yet.
I've been up since
I'm pretty encouraged, pretty happy there, man. That's
yesterday morning.
y'all aren't the easiest to please, and I say that endearingly because
Well, I mean, 3 when it'll be 3 when I go to bed.
gotta have high standards for yourself in life to
I'm not playing
for what you want to achieve or what you want to be about, and broadcasting for ever since I was like 17 years old, for baseball and all that kind of stuff, and that's why I felt ready the day we went on the air. It's like, man, I've been preparing my whole life for an opportunity like this to take a stab at a different venue, a different kind of broadcast, and it is. I can wake up happy every day, feeling like, okay, I'm on my path here. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Here with good people around us, and continue to grow the little card house that could. Texas Card House taking over. TCH Dallas going to open up some point in the future. Subscribe to the From the Felt podcast to get all the info on the who and the what and the where. And I think we'll see a healthy more rotation of new episodes of the pod with Bill, Sam, and Ryan. John Baker asking what's the max buy-in. It's a match the big stack game. On a new table, I think 500 is the max buy-in. So you can buy in for a max of 5. And then as the chip stacks grow, players can match whoever has the big stack on the table. So 9-3 deuce. Wheel draw here for Ortiz. Jeremy with a pair of sixes.
5 just go buy you anything on the property.
Bet at 30. And Ortiz will take a card off here. You can also make the best hand with an ace. You will get a 5, so gives Jeremy some more straight opportunities. Bet of 70, and that is going to chase Ortiz out. Jeremy, really skilled player. I've really liked all the moves that he's made here, and yeah, has gotten some good fortune, but I think he's played all of his hands really well. As far as what area, I believe it is in Dallas County. If I'm trying to recall, we had a contest. TCH actually had said, "Hey, we'll give you $1,000 in TCH Play merch. You name it, 1,000 towards your hourly, towards your membership. If you're the first person to find the club with a coming soon sign." Yeah, I'm trying to remember where exactly that was. Somebody found it that morning, though. Like, they released the podcast at night, and I'm sitting there going, okay, all right, this could be a nationwide manhunt to find it. And this dude posts a selfie with it, and within a couple of hours, he had just happened to be in the area. Just trying to pull that information up. So the location is at the Sam Moon Shopping Center at I-635 and I-35. So that's where the location is going to be, at the Sam Moon Shopping Center. We're still a ways away yet. I think they're doing a whole design to really make the show pop, or make that run pop. So, all right, big hand going on here as 3-of-a-kind queens for Phil. Broadway draw here for Jeremy. Into a pot of 144 bet of 50, and a call here of 50, and Rick with sevens. Out of the hand as we go heads up to sliver of an 8. 3-of-a-kind, still the best hand.
I shouldn't have jammed.
That's why I said yeah. You gotta show me a king, I guess. You don't have.
Gonna check over here to Phil, and it bets 100 here on the river. Excuse me, 150. Here in a pot of 344. Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate the comment. You can leave us a comment if you're watching here on the archive. Hit the like button if you really like this show. Because I like you, that's... I like people that like me. That's... Let's give it a big old thumbs up. Tap your mouse pad. Appreciate the love here on TCH Live. As Phil, small winner there. Extracts some chips here with the King Queen. As Matt and Jeremy now up at 2,000. E also adding to his stack that's 2,000. Stacks are getting a little deeper here. How many tables are there? All right, so we have 2 in the private room and 11 on the main room if you count this feature table, the streaming table. And I think we can prop up another couple of tables too. So like if we do run like a tournament, and we've run it in the past, sometimes where this area used to be, we put up a couple of tables. So we would have maybe 13 to 15 going at our peak. Oh, looks like we've got frozen screen again here on five-way board that Jacob had called ace deuce with Jack 10 of diamonds. We've got a 3-bet coming here by Eric with some 9s, and he will make the call. Jacob will get out. This looks like we are going to be 3 ways to a flop. 9s. Small favorite on the others. Comes out 10, 6, 5. A heart draw here for Matt. Top pair for E. And the 9s have shrunk as our camera there facing seats 1 through 3 currently froze. So we'll get on the case on that and update that as soon as we can. Eric gonna continue here with a bet of 175. Matt here with a flush draw and a multi-way pot.
Raise 450.
And a raise up to 450. Wow. That's an ambitious bet that actually chases out the best hand. Top pair with a jack. As you see Eric suspended in disbelief. Literally frozen. This Matt has put out a bet that even Mr. Freeze, Batman's worst enemy, would have been envious of. He's got that much power, man. He can stop you right dead in your tracks. So semi-bluff up to 450. Eric with a decision. Here at 275, more to call. Thank you for the comment, Dragonite. Appreciate it. Get to like the video, subscribe, tell everybody within shouting distance. Visit every city in Texas with a megaphone and just shout out, subscribe, TCHLive. Got boots on the ground throughout the state. Go out to Vider. Go out wherever you may be. People might not even know what YouTube is. I tease, but we are not on Twitch at this point. We've kind of centralized our audience here on YouTube for the time being. I mean, that may be something we do in the future as we kind of expand upon all of this. But you know, hey, we're less than a month. We haven't even reached the first 30 days, and really pleased with how the subscribers have continued to add as we go along, and excited for any new folks that may come with us here in the future. It's now up to about 1,170 subscribers. And listen, man, I'm not here just for the numbers. I mean, I love doing the show. It's just super, super fun to do. And that's why I just want to spread the joy all across the world and say, hey, if you love watching streamed poker, we got you right here on TCHLive. Phil had raised up now with the Queen Nine of Hearts. Caitlin's going to call here with Ace Jack. Rick with a Jack 8 suited is got to call 39 more and he'll get out.
Heads up.
So we go heads up here, Ace Jack versus Queen 9 suited. Flop comes out 7-6-4. Both players miss. Ace high with the best hand. Phil's going to be the first one to pounce, and he will chase Caitlin on out of here, meow. How many was that? Was that 10? Was that 10 meows? Did I get it all the way through? Hope you guys were counting for me, because I was not.
Oh, I mean, it's like, we got Texas Roadhouse. It's like, alright.
So again, my name is Mike Youngblood. You can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike. Again, that's at HoopsMike. Somebody gave me the nickname on that when I was doing radio years back. That so it kind of stuck. So I've had that nickname for I don't know how long. It's been at least since that Dallas Mavericks finals run where they dethroned LeBron. Way back in the day. So, all right, we've got a $6 straddle. Caitlin will call with ace-9 suited. Again, we've got a frozen camera. Jacob Eric. Just makes Phil look like he's coming in for a raise every time. He's got 6-4 here, guys. Jacob raced up here with ace-jack of spades. And Phil's on the bud. It's going to give him a call as we go 3 ways to a flop. Uh-oh. Queen, a 7, queen, all spades. So we go check all the way around. 6 coming in here on the turn. Phil has made a pair and is going to bet 40. Jacob had called, though, with a nut flush draw. Has made a jack on the end. Phil's going to keep firing. Maybe try to see if he can get a weaker hand to fold, but it's not going to be able to. Jacob has made the best hand, jacks and queens, with an ace. So we keep it going here on TCH Live. Glenn saying I'm going to go... Yeah, that's a good straw poll number there. Like, how many more subscribers do you think we're going to get after Wes Cutshall comes through?
He straddles the 6.
I mean, we love the exposure, but we just love for the fact to be able to just put out a great product.
So usually the answer is like, I don't remember.
To have a show that's, yeah, not only entertaining and fun to watch and good to be a part of, and brings us all together here on TCH Live.
Raise 12. Fold. Raise 35. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Phil not coming in here with a 3-bet with King Queen against King 3, and the board shows 9-9-3, but 2 pair here for Rick.
Bet 40. Call. Call. That's a
Goes check, check here to the river. That's
65.
comes out of 4, so Rick still has the best hand. Phil trying to figure out maybe it's King Queen, good in some spots. Not very likely, but give it on up is question asked here. Okay, what's some of these yellow chips, these tip chips? So, all right. So, while a game's going on or before a game's going on, players can buy tips that are or chips that are only used to tip the dealers versus, when you go to some casinos and they've got a, you can use any of the chips in play. In order for all of this to stay legal, like all of the chips have to stay in play on the table. So, players can buy tip chips from each other. So if, for instance, you're like, hey, I want to tip the dealer $5 because I just scooped a huge hand, and you'll see players will toss a 5 chip in exchange for it. They can also buy tip chips while another player is buying back into the game or adding on to the game. Like it's a good deal here for the dealers, and players do a great job of taking care of us, so we always appreciate it. And Erica, they're also saying, yeah, you can tip a cash as well. So it's just like you can't use any of your plan chips to be able to tip the dealers. So. All right, we got a whole bunch of junk here. It's like, I think, one of our few limped pots that we've seen. As board's going to come out 4-4-8. Again, look at the bottom graphic on the corner. As we tend to our board cam. King high spades, and now 6s and 4s. Here with a spade draw from Matt. Has anybody made anything else here? Can you guys spot a hand? Looks like Jeremy's got an inside straight draw. Here with a bet 15.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds.
Matt's going to call, and Rick's also going to call with some overs. And a queen, a spade on the river. Matt has made a king high flush. And nobody has anything, though, but that's not going to stop Rick. He's going to come out and try to represent. Yeah, we're trying to get that straightened out here at the BTP is figure out. It's kind of like your internet Wi-Fi. You just got to unplug it, plug it back in. Just trying to reactivate the source. There's a raise up now here to 205 as Rick with no pair, no draw, no nothing, squat douche. Nada, zilch. Just a king high in his hand, and we'll get rid of it. There's 1-3, no limit hold'em, match the big stack. Happening here at TCHLive. Nope, no, maybe he's thinking about something else here. I thought some potentially pitch the hand. And all right, he'll talk himself out of any silly stuff. He's going to show that he's got a flush, though. Yeah, made a pair on the turn, and then the old bingo card on the rib. Stay with us. You can see the board there. The animation's still correct. It's reading off the RFID reader, so. And we've got West Cutshall coming on Saturday for 5-5, no limit. We've got the final table of the $100 Mega Stack freeze out on Sunday. Again, that's a 3K guaranteed prize pool that we last week got 6,300 in it, with the final table being streamed live on a TCHLive. So we've had some entertaining ones. The last couple. And then Monday will be another 5-5, no limit game. So we got a busy weekend of broadcasts coming up on live streams. You'll call it live stream, I call it broadcast, I call it show. Some of y'all call it your new favorite public show, TCHLive. All right, we've got a limp. And it looks like we have a raise coming. Nope, I guess I missaw that one. I was a call. It's ace 5, 4, 3, and 5 deuce. King 7, 6, all spades. Don has flopped the flush. Little baby flush. And chase everybody out. Little teeny tiny pot, $7. It's pretty big winners. Yeah, Jeremy is up quite a bit. I mean, these are what the actual stacks are. They don't. We've had some players match up to the big stacks and add on, and
It all adds up.
I think we're good here for about another hour and a half on the live stream. Be sure to leave us a comment. Hit that like button. Like, click, subscribe, as the kids say. You millennials and your sayings.
Have they shown it?
I have no idea.
$10 is up at the highest.
Yeah, for sure.
Got KJ behind the box, aka Kellen.
Sounds like bet accepted.
Hand 67 here tonight.
I think under 44.
We've kind of talked about who our favorite wrestlers are. Talked about the old Super Bowl coming up.
30, I'm saying like 35. 35. 35?
Well, let me ask you, like, how do you guys like to watch that game? Because, I mean, you want to go to I think Bill Burr had a bit about this, that, like, if you go to a Super Bowl party, everybody shuts up now during the commercials, and they just talk during the game. Like, it's so opposite. Like, you know, when I watch a game, I want to watch a game. I'm not like, I mean, I will watch games with people, but, like, my ideal way is just give me, like, a good meal, plant me in front of the TV, and if I can watch it in solitude and just have my mind going. Yeah, hey, I love it that way. I love to do things by myself. That's not, some people don't love doing that stuff by themselves, but go to eat by yourself, man. All right, so we've got two pairs for both players, Caitlin and E. She's going to come up betting here as flopped second and third pair. Came out kind of crazy. Well, Glenn's bringing up a great point. Hey, you guys getting ready for XFL season? The AAF had a decent run last year. There was kind of like a week or two where we're sitting around thinking, hey, maybe this isn't bad. Maybe for football addicts who get to see different rule changes in place and see how that affects the game. But, you know, that league kind of went belly up because they just couldn't quite sustain themselves and not quite pulling in revenue. And that's generally what happens to every semi-pro league or every league that has tried to create like a springtime league. And like, I want to see something succeed because we do need a minor league for football. So some of these guys who are, you know, on the fringe, they're probably good enough to make a practice squad or a 53-man roster. Yeah, like, they need a place to be able to play and to get coached and to learn and to be able to get their game better so they can make an active team. And this choice, it's really only go to Canada, and there's some overlap there, so it's not really a snug fit to develop players. I'm not so sure the XFL is. I mean, I remember the first incarnation of it. When they had the custom jerseys, no fair catches. It was like advertised on NBC, and you got a couple guys out of it. You have Rod Smart, he hate me. Tommy Maddox did okay out of it. There was a handful of guys that came out of the XFL that were. So Houston's got a team, and Dallas has got a team. I might have to start peeking at some active rosters here. Are they the Renegades? The Renegades.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Again, Bob Stoops is coaching that, though, and he's a former Iowa Hawkeye. He's got Hal Mumm, one of the guys who came out of that air raid, one of the developers of the air raid system with Mike Leach. Like, that's kind of where that system all came from, was a lot of his concepts. We got Matt raising up here with some 10s. I'm just looking up the roster right now. They got Landry Jones on Dallas. Gerard Hurd, former Longhorn. Matt had raised with 10s, got called with 4s. So I'm scrolling through XFL rosters here. Jack Deuce here on the flop. Got a bet and a call. Turn is going to come out at 10 of clubs, so 10's full here for Matt, and Living the dream, huh? Gosh, I'm looking through all these. All these rosters here for XFL. A thing I think I would never thought I would have ever said on this broadcast. This live stream, this. At least Bob Stoops being in the mix gives me some hope. So we got a bet and a call. River's going to come out at 3 o'clock. Eric has made a very small flush, but 10's full. The overwhelming favorite here as it goes check. The vlogger Matt. And he's going to put out a pretty sizable over bet here. He's going to bet like 500 on the end. No, he's just going to shove all in. Let's see the all-in button just off the stack that he had bet with. Yeah, Ryan bringing up a guy's just going to play in these smaller leagues and get hurt without a lot of financial compensation. So it's... Like I said, there's no minor league, there's no G League, there's no going to foreign league. Like there used to be kind of some foreign leagues that existed. That, you know, hey, you played in NFL Europe or like Kurt Warner. But like, you know, quarterback is such a position that you've got to be able to. Is this let's see, a Houston staff? It's got June Jones. I think he used to be the Falcons coach. They have Ted Cottrell, a long time defensive coordinator in the league. Let's see, Sammy Coates. I'm looking at Houston's roster right now. They got Connor Cook. Try to resuscitate Connor Cook. Was kind of, I think, known for kind of being a jerk at Michigan State. Kind of flamed out of the league. So players limping here in the $6 straddle. See a handful of names of guys who've been kind of on the edges of rosters, and I hope they prove me wrong, and it's a huge success, and it's great TV. But you know, it is a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
Rookie numbers.
So flop out here, Queen Jack 3, Dom with an open ender, Jacob with top pair, Caitlin with second pair here with Jack. And a turn comes to 6 of diamonds. Now a diamond draw here for Don. Caitlin's still here with second pair.
You're already at 30%.
Don, now I'm going to semi-bluff here with the flush and straight draw. Jacob's still here with top pair. Looks like, oops, he had bet 45 and got called, so. All right, river comes at 10. Don's going to see his hand did not improve with a pair, as pair of queens with the best hand. Yeah, Houston going to play out that University of Houston Stadium. I commend, you know, I went and watched the NCAA playoff baseball game a couple of years back. I thought, well, it's a pretty cool campus. University of Houston's really trying to get a leg up in the facilities game. And I've always kind of wondered when it is they're going to make a jump to the Big 12. Like, I think that needs to happen. They've got to find a way to juice up the Big 12 here. But it is as complicated as anything, and
I did too. I thought it was like 35. I thought 30.
all the conferences as they are in college, it's getting to be kind of an honor world to a degree where Got teams thousands of miles away from each other. Creighton is in the Big East. And Creighton's, if you don't know, is in Omaha, Nebraska. Like, really? Like, okay. That's
Yeah, well,
It's like, just prefer to be a 3.
oh, yeah.
so a couple of king queens. Dom with queen jack.
Hold on, I need to double check what I can't.
Then here we go. 9-8 deuce. Dom with a gutter ball to a straight. Overs here for the king queens. Well, as far as our locations throughout the state of Texas, we've got not just the TCH North Austin location. We've got location out in North Houston and Spring, Texas. And we've got a new club in the Rio, out in Rio Grande Valley in Edinburgh. TCH.RGV. So go check them out on Instagram, TCH.RGV.
I think you would have taken stab at today's team.
Trying to get hyped for Tuesdays. We got Taco Tuesday, 2-for-1 Tuesdays. High hands, $100 high hands every half hour. Between 2 and 6 at our TCH RGV location in Rio Grande Valley. Pretty nice club. Got some good leadership down there. Hungry, do a good job. See our cumulative winners here thus far. Yeah, Glenn's saying West Virginia, the Big 12 is stupid. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's okay for the football programs that can afford some of the travel, but you start going to the lower levels of the sports that generally don't produce revenue, and like, you're gonna have to fly your volleyball team cross country. You're gonna have to fly your swim team, your softball teams. Like, it's not exactly easy to work the logistics for some of the non-revenue generating sports that, you know, those kids should work just as hard. They're trying to get their education and prove themselves. But it's not, you know, the sports they play aren't bringing in like the ticket and television revenues. So it's, like, I feel for those kind of kids that are competing at those levels that are now having to take long bus rides and. But, you know, that's what sports are. Sometimes it's a little bit of sacrifice that goes in with all that stuff. All right, as we go to a flop now, between 7-6, 10-6, and king queen. Flop comes out king 9 deuce. Top pair. Biggest winner here, Bonner. Looks like it's Ortiz. He's come out betting with his top pair of 75. Jeremy's there in seat 8 has been probably the biggest winner at over 1,500 in this session. Turn of 7. Yeah. Okay, we got Ortiz and Jeremy. I think E had mucked his 10-6. So it is that, I'm not sure what Jeremy's hand was, as I recall. Is Jeremy? We might have got a mistake here on the rear. There we go. We got Jeremy with Queen Jack of clubs. We reset the action here. We got it right. So Jeremy's sitting here with the Queen Jack of clubs. I believe once we've got this caught, there we go. So he's got a straight flush draw here after that board. Did not play it too fast. Comes out a deuce on the river. Kings and deuces with a queen. And Ortiz had shoved all in and gotten Jeremy out. Two of our biggest winners here in the cash game thus far, tangled up. Ortiz keeps chipping up. I think he's up over 1,000. A lot of the other, I know E has added on. I think Phil, the Zen Master, has added on. Don's up a little bit, I think. But Jeremy, the big winner here in the session thus far.
They should be right there.
You got a shot now. Oh, of course. Of course.
I like how since the $6 travel happened,
It'll be a lot of
nothing
six.
but $6 travel. I don't think there's been a 10 since.
Keep it moving here on TCHLive. Again, this is 1-3 match, the big stack.
With the tens, with the stuff.
No limit hold'em. If you have not hit subscribed yet, please do so. Hit the like button.
True, I can't afford it.
5, 6.
And let us know where you're watching from all around the world and in your backyard here in Texas. Here on TCHLive. E raising up now with Ace King. Caitlin with King Jack off suit.
He had 3 cards.
We already had
We've got some 1-2 no limit games going on. Got 4 players on the list. Looks like we've got a 1-2-5 Big O game also happening here.
I mean, for whatever this worth, now that the hand's over, that's definitely not correct. When there's that much action, we cannot do that for.
Looks like that was an open and shut case there.
I understand. I understand, but like I actually folded and she called. Like the hand has to.
Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood as well. That is, I've been on every episode of this thing. They've not gotten rid of me. They you know, hey,
Jack 3 and I was like, this
they've made it this far, guys. 10 episodes, and we're gonna keep churning out content. Poker World have loved it thus far.
I mean, that's fine.
No, we originally ran a bad beat jackpot here. When we opened, I think it got up to about 34,000 or so, and I remember when it hit, it was like I think it went runner, queen. It was king, queen versus sevens. It goes queen, 7x, and then it ran out queen, queen. So quads beat a full house, if I recall. So that qualified.
That's true. Do it again.
And I remember when the room went off there, I was dealing on another table.
If it happens right now.
Can feel the drama in the air, and somebody yelled, "Bad beats!" And it just like everybody does that head turn, snap turn, gather around the table. Pure chaos. In like a good way. I was just like, whoa. This really happened finally. Any of you guys have any good bad beat jackpot stories? I've heard of some that have gotten negated because players not been at a table. I feel like everybody's kind of got one. If you played in any huge rooms that have those crazy jackpots and all that kind of stuff. I feel like every card player's got at least one. That's mine. That's my version of it. That's the only time I've ever seen it happen firsthand. So, all right, 5-3 deuce. Open-ended straight draw here for Ortiz. Matt has got top pair on the board. Here with a pair of fives. Turn going to come out here at Jack of Hearts. Let's see, 10 bet. Caitlin bet 15. This stacks up a small pot. And Matt had added on. He just wants some hands here as of late, but up to 2,800. So most of these players starting between 300 and 500, and we've got a couple of pretty much, I think beyond seats 9 and 10 there. Or under 1,000. Everybody else north of that. got a raise up here by Rick. Catch up with what his hand is. Caitlin unfolded. There's Rick. He's got king queen. Yeah, Ryan. We're aware of that. We're tending to it. For all those that are just watching it now, one of the overhead cameras is a little frozen in one of the seats 1 and 2 as we're trying to get that adjusted. As ace high flop, second pair here for Rick. Second pair here for Ortiz with a jack kicker. Eric saying he was at a table that hit the bat, beat jackpot, stiffed the dealer. Yeah, it's always kind of a crappy feeling. Sometimes people just get overwhelmed if they win like a big hand, that it's not something they do intentionally. That it's just like, oh my god, I gotta call my mom, I gotta call my wife, I gotta call my kids, you know, it's like, you know, and then like your normal active programming that your habits generally tend to work under sometimes goes out the window. So we appreciate it when you take care of our dealers here, hard-working staff in the trenches every day and trying to make TCH great again. No, I'm not sure if I love that term, but surrounded by people that work pretty hard, so we appreciate when you look out for them. Most people are great at that here at TCH. $6 straddle, as we've seen a healthy amount of. Ortiz will complete onto the small blind. He gonna complete. Jeremy with ace-3 again, and the straddle gonna raise it up. He did this earlier when E limped with king-7 of clubs. Hey, here we go. How you doing? Let's get you a microphone here. All right. There we go. So. Yep. All right, boys and girls. Give a round of applause from behind. We've got Bart Hansen joining us.
What's going on?
And we've had a decent cash game here. 1-3 match the big stack. Started off with 500. I've seen.
Well, you know, because I'm such a poker junkie, I went back today, and I was watching last week's 1-3 show a little bit, and that was quite something. I played a couple of weeks ago on a Monday show that was kind of tame, where everybody was playing like less than 30% VPIP. But yesterday, that guy, he goes by, or excuse me, last week, Bart E. Is that his name?
Barty. I think. Yeah, Bart. Yeah, it's like
that guy was a
there's
wild
like your
one.
name, but 2 E's on the end.
That guy was he was definitely a wild one. But word on the street is that I'm going to be doing some commentary on Saturday. So this is the first time I wanted to get a.
We're kind of just taking some reps here. It's like you go on the basketball court, you got to go in the layup line and just kind of get familiar. And Bart moved to Texas here in the last couple of weeks, part of TCHLiVE Poker, TCHLivePoker.com, the YouTube channel, TCHLiVE Poker, the lunchbox. Have you gotten that yet? Got any other merch? Old Spaceballs reference. But hey, welcome here. I think Saturday, the way it's going to work is you'll open it up, and then we'll be merged at some point, and then finish it out. So
yeah, we're going to do a big time 6-hour show. So we'll have like 2 hours where you and I will banter back and forth, and then you'll end it. And looks like Caitlin here with pocket queens.
Yep. She's got a couple of primos and
little small 3-bet here. Wow, like a mid 3-bet.
Yep. Rick kind of put in position to call, and unfortunately going to come out ace high.
There's the ace. Yep.
60.
Now it's interesting because in this spot, some of the newer school no limit says, and this was never a thing back in the day,
Sure.
that you're actually supposed to bet your entire range here,
Uh-huh.
that you're 3-betting. So this bet here with queens, even though it looks non-intuitive for small sizing, it's really not that bad of a bet if you're betting everything. Obviously, we can see that she's
Yeah.
behind. But, you know, back in the day, we'd be like, why would you bet that?
Well,
Way
what'd you
ahead,
bet?
way
You gotta
behind.
check
Yeah,
call.
right,
Like,
right,
it's
right.
just sort of like.
Yeah.
th-
Now, I
there's-
don't know about the double barrel here, but
Right.
the first bet.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Rick play a lot of wide variety of hands that he doesn't have to have an ace to call in the spot, but, you know, like you said, it's kind of iffy here in this spot if that's the bet that you want to make, but.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got with her sort of tiny sizing, if I were him with ace-jack, I would continue, you know, I would continue to call down, and if she checked a blank river, wow, it looks like he might even fold there. She's been 100.
No, I mean, she's not, I mean, she's been played fairly snug that, like,
That's something.
generally she's given a little bit of resistance if it feels like she has the worst hand, so
Yeah.
it is at least effective enough to make Rick reconsider, so.
I was just looking at the corner
Yep.
of my eye. I already noticed and recognized some guys in the live chat already.
Yeah, it's James saying, hey, Bart, don't use range too much, too advanced for Texas, bro.
No, it's just it's just I find it interesting because the reason why you'll actually bet, it's kind of a quite simple concept. The reason why you'll
Right.
bet queens there on an ace-side board is because hands like ace-jack, if you just check and fold, you don't have the opportunity to actually catch up. So the person in position won't raise. So
Right.
you actually get to see another card.
It's kind of like, it's like you get a discount on the price that you would have to pay to call, in a sense. Is that another way of looking at it?
It's just, yeah, it's kind of a newer school type of thing. And believe me, I still play very, very exploitable. It's
Sure.
just, you know,
I think I'm not sure if there's anybody who's unexploitable that's following the rules by any sense, but
this guy Matt L in seat 5, is he a regular?
he is, Matt L, he has played here a lot in the past. He's been a poker vlogger. I think he may be a student, so,
Oh, okay.
like, but yeah, he has done some vlogs in the past, and that is Phil, who has been on the stream quite a bit as we go heads up to 873.
I might have watched one.
Yeah, he's done a lot of 3-betting here with a lot of King 10s and King X, and like he has made his presence known that he's going to 3-bet not necessarily the goods as we go bet call turn of 5 of diamonds.
I mean, that's a pretty, that's a pretty backdoorish call by Zen Master with the King 10 of clubs, 2 overs, and a backdoor flush on a backdoor straight draw. So Matt L 3-bet the Jack 10 off against a +3 open. That's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty wide. That is welcome to Texas, Bart. That is. Yep.
It's pretty wide for
And
sure.
I'm not sure if that's because I mean I've asked this to Bones on the other stream as far as okay, what stands out to you as far as how the game is played a little bit differently as compared on the West Coast in Vegas to the East Coast in Texas? Like, is there something that stands out to you and you say
Well, in Vegas,
only in Texas here when you see this kind of stuff?
I've seen a lot in Texas, that's for sure. I was going to say in Vegas, you want to shoot yourself at it.
Yeah.
People are opening to like $15 and it gets folded all the way around.
Right. Nets.
Slow death.
That is kind of die inside slowly. That you're just like, this is what the game has become.
LA is still a pretty wild recreational place, but what's interesting about Texas because of the match the stack is the games that I'm saying I'm in Austin.
Right,
now,
right, you're
we
in
have
Austin,
LA.
right.
A $5 blind game, it could be a 500 cap game. It's much smaller than this game.
Right.
So the blinds really, it just really depends on the structure of the game. Because obviously this 1-3 match the stack is playing like in between an LA 5-5 1K cap and like maybe a 5-10,
Right.
1500 cap in terms of the size of it.
And then if you recover it,
But yeah, I've seen some, I've seen some pretty wild play, some loose play.
What is it you get back?
All right, Queen 9-5.
Oh, you started where you like.
Gutter here for Rick. Does anybody have a pair here? Doesn't look like it. No. Ace high still best hand with
you
Ortiz.
get like let's say you get like 25 yards on play or whatever. And you get those
And a turn comes at 3. So like bottom pair for Jacob. Seat number 1, Rick coming out firing though. He's made a lot of small bets at boards that he's not really connected with at times here tonight. So
And this split screen is really a unique, it's a unique feature that I've never seen on any live stream. It's really cool.
yeah, I mean, when we were doing like the meetings up to figuring out how to do the cameras and that kind of thing.
But yeah, it's a very unique thing. I know that there's
That was the stream delay.
I was talking to one of the guys that put the show together, and one of the owners, and he said about how this show can almost run itself. Almost like automated, and the ability to have this split screen
Right.
is really, really, it's a really cool feature.
And like you've gotten to oversee all of this because I mean you were right there at the forefront of when streaming poker came out. Because I was listening to podcasts and people were emailing questions. We live at the bike, live at the bike. I'm like, what the hell is live at the bike? And found out it was like a sophomore in college, and it's like, whoa, it's pretty neat. But to see how far the technology has gone since the time where, like you said, like what it was like a 500-pound table that you had to use and all these. But we'll step back to that thought in a second here.
A little bit of a hand. It looks like Eric opened nines, Matt 3-bet from +3 with Jack, so an under the gun open a 3-bet. Now Jeremy's got sevens here on the cutoff. Usually this is just going to be a fold because the problem with calling in between is the initial opener.
Right.
Hit 4-bet.
Yeah, he can sit there.
But I've seen a lot of flatting in 3-bets in Texas here so far.
I feel like people just are. Yeah, it is. That's one thing I have been impressed by is that I can get in those spots and overplay these kind of hands. People are pretty. They feel like they're comfortable and they know the players well enough that they can afford to call because they know like the only time he's going to make the 4-bet is unless he really has got the goods.
That's a really good point because I've made that. I've actually called 3-bets cold in between when I know the player, is not going to 4-bet. This is really interesting because it gets checked over to Jeremy, who has the worst hand against two people, and he's betting sevens. The reason why that's interesting is because Eric has got basically an entirely unknown hand, and now Matt L, I think, is forced to fold the best hand here.
Yeah, he's kind of put. Okay, it goes back
Back
call.
call.
Like this is crazy. This is kind of Texas poker sometimes. It's just like you get checked in position and the worst hand can bet.
Yeah. That is just crazy, but that's unlucky for Matt L.
Yeah.
Because, for Jeremy, like, Eric's just naturally checking to Matt L because he was the 3-better. So you don't know anything about Eric's hand, so I probably wouldn't have stabbed at it there with sevens. I don't know if he's going to continue on with this bluff. No. And this might get checked down.
Yeah.
That's a pretty shitty card. I mean, maybe he turns sevens into a bluff now because he can't beat a queen and he can't beat an 8. He can't beat 9s, 10s, or jacks. So this might actually be a good card to bluff. But typically we don't see players at this level turn hands that have showdown value into bluffs. Although it looks like Eric's going to bluff from up front.
Yeah.
So
This is kind of one you might have to write down and review and go back and take a look at it because
anytime, I've always said this when I used to do live the bike commentary, anytime you have players that are turning the best hand into bluffs, you know you're in a good game, and that's exactly what's happening here. He's turning the best hand into a bluff.
Yes. Come out firing and we'll get Jeremy to fold. Jeremy's been a big winner here in this game. He's probably up the most, I think, in the session. And the guy that you see as a dealer play here quite a bit when he's got the time, he's got some really impressive skills, and he's kind of shown that on. Hey, we got people in the chat box here. All right.
I will say, and I'm not just saying this to be cordial or nice, but when Ryan had asked me to watch the show a few times and listen to the commentary, I was very, very impressed by you. It makes sense that you have a broadcasting degree because when I started doing this, you are so far ahead of where David Tuckman and I were back in 2005.
So you're essentially learning on the job as you were going into it.
Yeah, we were definitely learning on the go, for sure.
And that's tough to do. Like, I've just done so many games that, whatever shtick I do in a baseball game kind of comes into this. So the fact that I mean, usually you either get one or the other. You got a person who knows poker, they know broadcast, and they don't necessarily know both. So it's like I can smile at my parents now as they was like, "What's up with all this poker stuff? This is not going to amount to anything." Well, proved them wrong, Bart. But we've got to raise up here. Hey, 8-4 spades. And we got a 3-bet with King 3. Just a typical day here at TCH, here, Bart.
Yeah, and this is 10-handed, so that's a raise from up front, the 8-4 spades. And the 3-bet straight out of like 2009 with the King 3 suited. With the blocker play.
Yeah, there's, boy.
And then we get a cold call in between here with Ace Jack again.
Yeah.
Here too.
I think Jacob would recognize these two players are both able to do different varieties. So everybody hits it, though. Top and bottom here for Jeremy, second pair for Matt, and ace high flush draw here for Jacob.
Yeah, and this actually might have been a spot where if I was Jacob, I might have actually 4-bet or fold, because if Matt might be capable of 4-betting, I wouldn't want to call in between.
Right.
It's going to be interesting how Jacob plays this. Usually you're going to check call with that sort of nut flush draw, ace jack high against the pre-flop 3-better who can have a lot of aces, ace king. Here he actually even ends up having better than ace king.
All right, King's full.
Yep.
Woof. Woof.
Now this is a spot where a lot of people have sort of the reflex to check it back, but because Jeremy bet and Jacob called next to act and he cold called pre-flop,
Right.
I actually think he has a fair amount of kings here. Like, he's not going to be calling with something super light in between because he had to deal with Matt behind him on the flop.
Right.
So it's one of these spots where you still might get the nut flush draw to call, and a guy might also have a king with you, so I would not check back this turn. And he did bet.
A good bet there as pot to 1,300 at deuce of diamonds on the river. Jacob's hand does not improve, but tough to improve on a hand that's already drawn dead. That is... He might be reaching, though.
This would be a very, very optimistic bluff. Listen, I haven't seen any of this game. I don't know.
Right. You're kind of coming to this blind,
Right.
so
But I mean, Jeremy's got to have a fair amount of kings here, right? As the 3-better, Jacob actually occasionally can win accidentally with ace high, so I probably would make this bet here if I were Jacob. And then
I don't think it's
going to get it stuffed in his face.
Yeah, it's just going to be like he's going to get this. He's going to see how badly this did not work out for him, but
yeah.
But at least this becomes an easy decision now, as confronted with the truth as a raise all in here to 1,400. Yeah, that's kind of the game sometimes. You make some moves that don't work out, and you just kind of keep hammering. And
the other interesting thing here, if the viewers take a look at the board, so he's betting on the backdoor diamond here.
Right.
But there's really no straight draw on the flop, and the king of diamonds is out on the turn. So he can't really have a backdoor flush here unless he called with like ace-3 of diamonds. But remember, there was a guy behind him too.
Right.
So this hand reading it's like a skill that comes from years and years and years of playing professionally. So
yeah. And I mean, you've been there, done that, and now you've got a training course that. I mean, do you still? I mean, I feel like it's kind of cliched, but like, do you still feel like there's things that so many years into this you're still refining your thinking on? Because we've talked about a little bit here that the thinking in poker seems to change every year. The second somebody either presents a new data or they get into an environment that maybe changes or maybe forces their game to have to grow in different spots. But
yeah, I mean, the thing that I've had to deal with is the computer stuff, and keeping up with what the computer simulations say is what they call like equilibrium or optimal. Just knowing what the really good players are thinking about on certain boards and understanding how a reasonable range interacts. But you can take that way too far and you can win less if you constantly play that way against people that aren't playing any of those types.
Right. It's kind of like I've always had the theory that if we go 3 ways to a flop,
That's a good way to artificially boost it.
Queen 6-4, top pair here for Don. That I think sometimes if you go into a game where not everybody's thinking on the same level of you are as far as on that equilibrium of advanced play, that you kind of have to dumb it down a little bit to a degree.
Oh,
That you have to
absolutely.
change your thinking in
Absolutely.
a sense that you're turning off that portion of your brain and trying to think a little bit more how a recreational or
Yeah,
amateur
no,
player is going to perceive what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. And it's usually in the form of basically maximizing, like putting in a lot of money with value hands.
Right.
When you're putting in money, you have it, and it's unbalanced because you're not bluffing in a spot, but it just might not matter. You know, if someone's
Right.
gonna come, they're not gonna fold aces, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
It's
so
like you can have all the best line of thought in the world, but if you got a guy or a player that is not thinking in that terms, like all the advanced, you can quote the computer percentages all you want. It's not going to necessarily be, optimal. So I think that's what the part that has kept the game sort of fresh is. I think there was sort of a way, it was like the super system method was kind of like the only way that people thought for a while, and then it branched out. And
well, the super system method was great with a game that had antes, like a tournament,
Right.
which is the Stu Unger way of playing, which is basically I'm going to raise every hand, I'm going to shove, and I'm going to pick up so much dead money
Right.
that even if I lose, I'm not out. But now people sort of caught on to that, and of course we don't really play with antes in
Right.
No Limit Cash game, although back in the day, No Limit was always played with antes, and then it sort of regressed around the moneymaker time to get people in the game. The old school No Limit, the oldest No Limit game is not Hold'em, it's single draw seven.
Yeah, low
seven-
ball, right?
Yeah, Kansas City Deuce.
Right.
And that game is always played with an ante. Single draw deuce to seven, the purest No Limit game, they say.
Right.
They still have that at the World Series, but always played with an ante.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Getting a little poker history here too. That is, we've got Phil, aka the Zen Master. We call him the Zen Master because his actual name is Phil Jackson. But
Oh,
as
that's
you can tell,
interesting.
he's not the one that led the Lakers to the promised land. So he's gonna come out with a raise here to Ace 10 of Diamonds. That's how I remembered his name instantly. It's like, dude, it's just like Phil Jackson, the Lakers coach, and like, I'm gonna remember this the rest of my life. The day he told me this. So again, this is Bart Hansen joining us here at Playing a Little Cash Game. Going to jump in the live stream. Will be here for us on Saturday for the West Cutshaw streaming cash game. Will be in the mix together. It'll be solo.
Speaking of guys that I'm impressed with, this guy Wes, like his vlog is just absolutely taken off, and I've watched it. It's very entertaining. I mean, he's been getting like hundreds of people just watching his live stream of his hands before he even cuts up the vlog.
Really?
From TCH Houston.
I
crazy.
had a busy run of it, so I've been like, okay, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna go through all of these, get to know this gentleman a little bit better, and I think he'll make his presence known pretty quick based on everything that I've heard thus far. But really, really excited to have that one on Saturday. Again, my name is Mike Youngblood, joined by the great Bart Hansen of Crush Live Poker, crushlivepoker.com. And many of you all have come over from there, so we thank you. It's helping our audience grow. All right, what we got going on? We got a double gutter and an ace high tangling up here.
Yeah, Zen Master made a pretty optimistic c-bet after raising out of the small blind on 9-6 deuce into two people. And he's just basically continuing on with what appears to sort of be a blank here, although it does give E, as you say, sort of a hidden double gutter to a 7 and to a 4. And this will be an interesting river here, because there's chances are that both players are going to miss. Well,
No.
8-5 comes in.
So all you just got to do is make it straight.
And I think at this point, obviously, you can sometimes be jaded, Mike, by the cards, seeing the cards.
Right.
But I would not triple off here with ace-10 the way that this hand has gone down, because the guy limped in. I mean, really, you're hoping to get him off of, like, 9-8. There's just a whole... He gives up. That's
Phil's a really instinctual player.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably one of the better ones at mixing it up as far as, you can see him there with premiums, you can see him there with garbage. He's done a really good job over these streams, even though I think his results haven't necessarily shown it as far as winnings are concerned. But yeah, that is kind of the game. Sometimes you run good, you run bad, you run into weird spots. And here he's.
And this is interesting here, though, because occasionally you actually sometimes will see an ace-high look up here. And that's because E, when he bets the river as a limper, he's never betting one pair. So this is representing two pair plus or a busted flush draw.
Yeah.
So you'll sometimes see ace-high call But so I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
hop out of here. But I want to say
No,
something
go. No,
because
you
I'm in the
hang on here for as long as you want, Bart.
I'm
Spit
in
the
the
truth.
Big O game, and I have to say that I will be.
Oh, okay.
I'll be playing at TCH at least for like 3 or 4 times a week, at least for the next couple of weeks, helping them with their 125 Big O game, which is really like one of my favorite games. We're just playing it with a 500 cap, but already
Right.
in the first 2 hours we've got multiple $2,000
Oh yeah,
stacks,
especially the
so-
way PLO. I mean, it's essentially a
excited.
PLO 8 or better with 5 cards. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Yeah, yeah.
it just becomes pot, and I mean, people are gonna just come
Yeah.
protect it. I love the game. I just
Yeah.
have not been able to play it as much.
All right, it's been
Bart,
great, man.
I am looking
Look to see you on
forward to
Saturday.
doing more with you here. That you dropped some truth bombs here, right in just a couple of minutes. So appreciate you having on again. Crush Live Poker. Get a free 30-day trial for signing up. Follow them on Twitter at Crush Live Poker and the YouTube channel. Got hand call-in shows. So if you want to get better, our friend Bart Hansen, Crush Live Poker, there to help you out. You can also play with him at 125 Big O tonight. Appreciate the nice words from Mr. Bart. And it comes out Jack High and Diamonds. Rick here with top pair. Open under here for Eric. Matt here with second pair. And I think Bart may be playing some this weekend too. But he'll be in the commentary chair for like the first couple hours. Then I will join him. So we'll be mixed together for a few hours. And then I think I'm taking us through to the midnight hour on Saturday. So we'll get Bart involved here more. And I think he's still got to play. He's still got to run a Crush Live Poker. But man, that was cool, guys. You guys like one of the official pioneers of streaming poker. We just got to have a casual chat here on the stream. Well, Eric has made it Broadway straight here, 10 to ace, and we've got 2 pair and a flush draw. Get your popcorn ready. This is about to be a big pot. We've got an all-in and a call. Eric also has a royal flush redraw. And an 8 of hearts going to come here on the river. Well, it would have been interesting to see if those guys ran it twice, what would have happened. But tough hand here for Rick. I mean, he makes top 2 and a flush draw. And most of the time, that's pretty good. But he ran right into the nuts with a redraw here with King Queen and a nice hand by Eric. And I believe that is probably it for Rick, because I know Uncle Sam, Sammy Von Kennel, was on the list. I don't know if he still is, or if it'll be our next player coming in. Here at our 1-3 match, the big stack. Here on TCH Live, we have Bart Hansen with us for a couple minutes before, if you want to go play some 125 Big O. He's playing here tonight. And we are open until 4 a.m. here at our North Austin location. We are open 24 hours on the weekend. Here on Fridays and Saturdays. I mean on Monday through Thursday? Okay. I got you.
Raise $40.
All right, I got to raise up here to Jack 8 here by Phil.
No justice.
No justice. Can't really. This one look good. Both of mine look shitty. First one look.
And I'm going to get everybody out, so.
Thank you, Phil.
Jeremy up to 3,300. Matt 2007. E 2002. Ortiz a solid session.
It's me. Am I there?
Eric chipping up a little bit more as a 10 seat is open. And we've got probably, like another half hour or so to go here on the live stream, at least. About 3.5 hours into it. Pretty good poker here thus far.
Those look the same for like the 8 years old.
So we've got a $6 straddle up front here by.
Like 30 to 40, which is
So who was it that straddled? So we got to raise up by Eric with King Queen off suit.
the Keanu Reeves.
And a call here
pretty sure that
with
guy's
some tens. And we will go 4 ways, so flop king, queen, tens, 10, 8, 8, 7. And it comes out jack, 6, deuce.
you go weaving.
Yeah, he said that
Programming was a raise.
I don't know.
he says
I
schedule.
can't remember those names.
I mean, I guess he wasn't more. I was gonna say it's like the biggest thing. No, never mind.
And a bet here by Don with 10, so they won over on the board.
Oh yeah.
Matt is going to get out here with no pair, no draw.
Liv Tyler's daddy.
Yeah.
And an easy winner here for a pair of tens.
It's like having a scheduling conflict. Like you're about to.
Yeah, Bart Hanson. Here, he's here playing cash here, Big O.
I got
Kind of just dropped into the studio, speak it. Now we've gotten to talk a little bit here and there.
You didn't give me enough.
Yeah, a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there. So, like, we're going to be working together on Saturday, so looking forward to that. For this time being, I'll be dealing just to, during the first part of my shift, and then closing out here on the broadcast.
I mean, I didn't even know it was him.
Who knows?
$6 straddle is
I wouldn't even think he would be in. I mean, obviously it's a lot, but I wouldn't.
hand 86 of our cash game session.
Spoilers that they made.
And a raise up to 20 now here by Eric.
So that was their plan.
Phil going to call here with king, queen offsuit.
Vilkelman.
Don going to fold some fours. All right.
Didn't happen.
Phil actually had 3-bet. My apologies, folks. I missed that. Those green chips at 25 as we're going to tangle heads up between king, queen, and ace, jack. Here we go.
Heads up.
And flop comes out queen, jack, 9, top pair and a gutter. Here for Phil, the Zen Master. Second pair here for Eric with an ace. Bet and a call, Eric. Gonna look him up here with second pair. Here we go. Ooh, 3 of a kind jacks here for Eric. Phil still has some redraw outs to a 10. Can also make the best hand with the remaining queen that is available in the deck. Ooh, tough one here for Phil. It's not exactly run terrifically awesome in this game. As bet 150 call. And here comes the river, and he's a queen or a 10. That comes a 10. It's a straight. It's a straight for Phil. A bad card for Eric, who has 3 of a kind.
175.
Bet of 175. And Eric thinking here is, okay, what kind of hand can he 3-bet me here with that is outdrawn? Man, this is the unfortunate news. The Zen Master, Phil, wins a nice hand here as our VPIP numbers. Everybody at least above 20. Eric Eric and Ortiz fairly snug, so with the E is mixed up a fair amount. What are you asking here? Mike, who are your favorite, quote, celebrity, quote, poker players? I mean, is that like celebrities, as in celebrities that play poker, or the known, like, television professionals? I want to make sure I clarify what you mean, because...
I think it's 5, yeah.
500.
we keep it moving here. I want to make sure I get clarification on this so I can answer this correctly as far as Because first it's got to be Bones. Bones got to be my favorite. No, I'm kidding, but
Raise 15. Call.
raise up to 15. Phil Hellmuth is definitely not it. I've not exactly. I mean, it's kind of entertaining to watch, and people needle him, but it's not. I wouldn't say like my favorite by any stretch. I think when I first got into poker was definitely in the Negreanu, ace 6, ace 8. Negreanu, Eric Lindgren, I always thought were kind of interesting to watch. They would do these kind of WPT commentaries. Loved Haralabob, Haralabos Vulgaris. He's not really a poker player as much as he is GM or executive for the Dallas Mavericks analytics department. I used to like Mike Matisow for a little bit because he was kind of entertaining and he had a pretty good poker podcast, but he just went off the deep end fast. So, guys like I respect now like Steve Chidwick.
We only got an hour left. You gotta really hit the next.
Boy, it just seems like I'm starting to think of names of whoever named professionals are. It just seems like some of those guys still are in the mix, but I think Moneymaker had talked like, I mean, these guys don't grind the circuit as much anymore. So, yeah, I'd probably say that's probably my answer. Probably Negreanu. I just always, he's a talker. Some people like that, some people don't, but I always interpreted him as being a pretty entertaining player to have broken into the game with, when he was like one of the first poker vloggers too. I can remember being in college back like 100 years ago. Robbie saying seat number 1 looks like Murr from Impractical Jokers. Wow. Shots fired. That is a hilarious show too. Jacob gonna bet with his ace king. Matt's gonna shove. Here for 500 with some 7s. Just jumping right into the game, and it's like a tournament hand out here. All right, Jacob with some overs and a flush draw. Still needs a king, ace, or heart, and gets it on the river. A flip event here as Jacob gonna find some good fortune. Win here with ace king. Yeah, that was kind of the thing, like TV professionals. Like I think about 2004, ESPN was like the crew. So you had Scott Fishman, Dutch Boyd, Brett Youngblood, who was a guy I know kind of. I think we might be related, but I probably put money on that we're not. So I mean, the ESPN had a really unique ability to turn people into TV professionals that people could follow along with and root for. So
If I tell you what cards they have, is that cheating? I was like, well, you're like half an hour late, but yes, also that.
So I'm trying to think. Some of those old names of TV professionals that were always like, if that guy was on, you had to watch.
She was like, I don't know what this is. Like,
I miss seeing Gavin Smith. Gavin had passed away this past summer. Because he was just an interesting personality. So rest in peace to the caveman, Gavin Smith.
Two Super Bowls. I was like, the Patriot killer.
Raise 20.
Well, I'll raise up here my man with some 7s.
For sure. Not Peyton. Probably how I remember his career. When I was young in his career.
Caitlin to call here with King 8 of clubs. And here comes Jacob with some more kings. Feeling the run good here as
Yeah. 9 and.
Not fair.
What was it? 9, 7? I think you're correct. It was 9 and 7.
pop it up here to 100. Matt is going to go mining for a set. Try to find one of those 7s in the deck. Got John Earl here dealing.
And visited friends in Jacksonville, and they were going off about
So here we go. Kings versus sevens. And an ace high flop is the worst feeling in the world for Kings. Go check. Here comes Queen. Still the best hand here, Jacob with Kings. Check and check. I feel Kings are good here. Check and check once again.
The Ravens defense won.
I'm gonna call that the 200.
Doesn't matter. Still counts.
Probably doesn't love his hand there, how I played it, but sometimes all you gotta do is be the winner.
I have to go triple.
Dodges the sevens. Again, Jeremy, the big winner, 2,200 in this cash game.
He got picked up by the Yankees. He pitched like
Eric Don and Ortiz up a little bit, everybody else down.
he was on the World Series.
Here on this particular session of TCH Live, invite you to subscribe, like,
And he played like,
hit that thumbs up on the video. Again, we've got a big game coming up Friday.
spend $1.
Wes Cutshall,
I was like, fair.
poker vlogger, bringing his crew here to broadcast that game on the live stream on TCH Live. Expect a good bump up. There should be some great games happening here.
He pitched like 4 innings or something. Like,
Here at Texas Card House in North Austin. So
I would have to go.
I say we get some PLO going.
That look, it was very, very small.
If that floats your boat. Plenty of 5-5 no limit also happening as Wes can be going from table to table. As long as and as well as up here on the live stream. So ace 10 up to 7-5. All right, King, Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Second pair and an inside straight draw and a check fold is easy win for E. As we will keep it moving here on TCH Live.
Raise 20. Call. Fold. 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 Call. Fold.
Well, Matt raising up here with looks like ace jack. Could be wrapping up in about 20 to 30 minutes or so here on the live stream.
All right, he's played some more since I've looked.
All right, here we go. Ace jack versus deuces. 8-8 deuce. Excuse me, 8-8-4. Deuces and eights for the best hand.
5 and 15, 20 games.
And a turn's going to come at 3. Still the best hand here is deuces with Eric, C2. And off to the river as 8's full of deuces. Still best as nobody has taken any stab at this pot of 63. All right, Eric decides to come out here for a little value. Bet at 35. Matt might think his ace high is good. We'll give a look up. Now Ortiz. Okay, is there any way? Nope.
Full house. Eight's full of 2.
Eight's full of deuces, the best hand, Eric. A little chip up. Going north of 1,000. Philson with 1,002, down 1,003, Jacob 1,004, Ortiz 1,005, and then you see your 3 stacks above 2K. Live stream still happening here on TCH Live.
No one needs to watch that hand.
Now, we have been closed until 4 in the past, but yeah, if there's a good game that you want to keep going, we can kind of keep it open. I would ask our floor managers about that when you get here as far as
Like if you don't have a
what
king,
options we have available to keep the room going at night. So it sounds like we have a big O game going for quite a while. Dealt in some of that. All right, Caitlin now here with the Jason Garrett, the 8 and 8, the Michael Irvin, the Jeff Fisher, the boy, there's got to be other 88s out there.
I have to watch this.
Now here, a pair of Ewings, as I call it, a pair of Curries. Boom, Queen, a 10 King, top pair, and a straight draw here for Phil. Under pairs here for Caitlin, and that is Ben a call now for Phil.
Maybe he folded. You don't know yet.
You got 8. You got king 8.
See if Caitlin. Oh, she turned an 8. She had 1-8 left in the deck. Was just about to say.
What I'm really upset about is how long I took.
Oh, my gosh. Ben a call here. Phil's still live though. He can still make a straight with a 9 or an ace. Yeah, it's gonna come out a queen. 8's full of queens now for Caitlin, and Phil kind of stuck in a rock and a hard places.
230.
Okay, what am I chopping with? What should she be betting with? And it's going to be really hard for him to put 8's full in his wheelhouse here. As a sizable bet, though, that I may cause him to pause. But he's going to take a chance and call and find out that no turn set is for the rains it pours. And Phil, that's tough. Turn sets are so hard to pick up on too, because sometimes you have a card that kind of interacts with the board, and sometimes it looks like such a blank that you don't really fear it that much. And I think Phil kind of felt like, okay, there's probably no chance this 8 did anything, but we could see a 1-outer there on the turn is. Again, jump in here at the chat box here on all of our live streams, TCHLive. Thank you all who have commented thus far. Appreciate all the compliments and feedback that we receive. We just kind of keep trying to push forward, you know. That is one thing, is that it's great to get praise and all that kind of stuff, but hey, I'm trying to get better every day. Trying to figure out more about this game so you can learn more and you can go crush it at the tables. Or at least get on the path that someday that's a possibility for him. Well, we have had no 9 Triz sightings tonight. Ace-6 versus Jack-9 versus King-Queen. And a 10-high board. It's all Spadato Spades, an open-ender for Ortiz.
Oh, okay. But we should just take away.
Turn comes an ace. Now an ace pairs for Eric. Straight draw here for Don. Needs a jack. Eric here, top pair. Come out betting. Ortiz with a draw. Either with a 7, a spade, or queen. But is going to get a 9, as like to go check, and Eric will want a small pot here on the end with a pair of aces. So, yeah, so many questions I wish I could ask Bart, just because guy who trains live cash game play at Crush Live Poker can sign up for a free 30-day trial. Again, our promotion going on here throughout the month is our progressive savings. Again, if you play for 5 hours or more, that is 20% off your hourly rate. For 7 hours or more, that is 30% off. And if you play for 10 hours or more, that is 40% off your hourly rate. Here at Texas Card House in North Austin. Again, like, click, and subscribe if you have not. hit that like button, tell your friends, hit subscribe.
It's on Disney Plus.
You can get instantly notified when your new favorite show, TCH Live, has hit the virtual airwaves.
Called
As
The World,
Phil
according to Jeff Goldblum.
down in this session, kind of feel dismayed.
I did a segment. on
That's
this
tough.
episode.
I mean, Phil's not run particularly hot some of these games, and I think overall he's made pretty good decisions. But yeah, some that even he would admit that's like, okay, I didn't. You know, we were talking about a hand that he played against Moneymaker, where the only time we really saw Chris Moneymaker in that stream put out a 4-bet, he had some like 7-4 suited and got filled
A diamond created from my dog's ashes.
to full jacks. Now we saw it on the screen, we saw the cards, and we had the benefit of knowing that that wasn't the right fold, but you know, Phil playing in that game doesn't know that, and he hasn't seen Moneymaker come out and 4-bet anybody, so that is the breaks of the game sometimes, folks. All right, a raise up here by our new player, Matt D. Plays a fair amount here, little cash games. Ace, Queen, King, Jack, Ace 4, and 8-6 go 4 ways. An open ender here for 8-6. Ortiz with Ace, Queen high, and Matt gonna lead out of here with an open-ended straight draw.
How'd that go? Spoiler alert.
Cuban, $600,000 deal. One of the top 5.
Stay with us, folks. We're still, I think we got about maybe 15 more minutes of our live stream.
7 and then 2 advisory ships.
15, 20 minutes or so before we call it a night. Matt's going to call Matt versus Matt.
Short version, yeah.
Matt D has now, excuse me, I've got our Matts mixed up here. Matt D, who had lit this flop with overs with King Jack.
No, there's different colors and cuts. 165.
And
So like mine,
Matt L's the one with
so mine,
The open ender? Gonna bet 165. Big O heads up here as a pot building up to 579 as Matt D's got about 344 behind.
We do have a quality level, so.
River comes to 6.
Like vaguely remember for it to be called a diamond or something.
What's that?
Is it just to be called a diamond in general, or like?
Yeah, it's graded.
Now Mac L can win only by bluffing. Cannot win in that showdown, and he's not going to get him out of the hand as Matt D with top pair on the board, a pair of jacks with a king. Lost a coin flip with 7s to ace king. One of his first hands on the stream, and his money coming back his way now as a 668 profit.
I'm trying to find like
Now it's with 1,300.
Like pull out and like.
Here at 1-3, match the big stack.
I could use it as my card
Your
marker.
beat pips, Matt L, Phil, and Don.
I really want it to be this.
By far, are the leaders here. They've mixed it up a fair amount.
How long does it take?
On average, 8 to 10 months.
Really?
We were joined by Bart Hansen earlier. Bart stopping in while he's playing 1-2-5 Big O tonight.
It starts at 3,000 and goes all the way up to 50, depending on the
And you can join us on Saturday. Bart will be hosting the live stream at the start, then I'll be joining him halfway and closing out. So however long Bart wants to stay, you know, you be my guest, man.
3 carats like the biggest we can do. We can only do it on.
Guy really, really knows his stuff, and
We can only do it on.
you know, like he said, like
What's my dog weighs 5 pounds?
yeah, he was impressed with the commentating, and I thank him for that.
We only
As
ask for half the
Phil
cost of that.
gonna raise up here with Jack
A lot
Tennis
of people will ask
spade,
for
and
hair. You can do it from hair too.
but here comes a 3-bet now here with King Queen by Matt L. Matthew Lou. Chase everybody out of here. Phil with Jack 10 suited. Be surprised if he let this go, especially the way Matt has been 3-betting hands tonight. And keep fighting there, Phil. We're rooting for you. Matt's a terrific player too. All right, here we go. Now, Phil coming for a raise. Woo! I like that. 254 bet, and now it becomes a shove. Oh, boy, how much does Phil have left back? He's got like another 500. He's already stuck like 280 in there or so. The opening raise and the 4 bets. It's already committed a fair amount, so it becomes kind of a question of like, ugh. I feel you there. That was tough. But, you know, I had a little bit more of an advantage as far as coming into the commentary side, being like, yeah, since televised poker became a thing, there's been so many different commentators that have gotten their own spin on it, their own crack at it, and you know, Bart and David stuck there was really nobody out there. I mean, you had a little bit on ESPN, there was a little bit of Lon and Norm. I mean, you had Gabe Kaplan and the WPT guys, but there was no like baseline as far as to figure out, okay, how do you commentate on a poker game? So, like, I find it really admirable what Bart was able to do just for the fact that there was no path to be able to figure it out. So, whereas, you know, I'm here 15 years out, I can reflect on a lot of people who have done things a certain way, and you're looking to say, okay, I think that style kind of ebbs with what I'd like to do with this show. So, always going to have my respect 100%, just because it's not easy having the first crack at some of these things. It is, and everybody's a genius, especially when they can hide behind a computer screen and tell you suck or anything like that. And I've not run into that, but Eric has run into a queen high flush first to act. And coming out betting here, so we'll play it fast. Matt L has got the 8 of hearts and a pair of 8s. He's got the Jason Garrett. Turn is going to come a jack here, so Eric has got a lock on this. Only lose if he folds, and not going to check back here as they check the turn. Pot of about $109. Oh, he makes a set on the end, though. Just something more that gives him an edge on maybe some of the hands that, you know, if Eric can have 2 pair here, maybe he has like a pair and a draw. And, you know, Matt could say, hey, I beat a lot of these hands. I can't beat a flush, obviously, but I can beat a lot more hands than I started with. But a small bet here on the end of 30. Maybe inviting Matt to try to come in for a raise here with a set.
I have a work desktop.
Maybe made it straight. Thing else. Oh, he does it. He comes out popping. And he's going to call. Matt thinks he has the best hand, but he's going to be astonished. Finds he has a queen high flush. Says, no, I can't beat that.
No, I'm the front office coordinator, so
Whew. Interesting hand there by Eric. I'm going to mark that down because that, yeah, Matt's got an 8 heart of his hand. He makes a set on the end. Sees a little baby bet on the end at 30. And it's like, well, this guy's just going to try to bet 1 pair. I got a hand better than that. I'm going for value. And smack right there. Queen Jack of hearts. The best hand. Gonna shout out to Carolyn following the action tracker here tonight.
I mean, I've definitely had employees where I'm like,
Her husband Tim a little sick.
Yeah, it's like constant.
Wish the best out to Tim if he's watching. Hope you're feeling better, my friend.
I finished my work early now.
Whew, was that a crazy hand or what?
Better for me. Oh, yeah.
Got Johnny Earl, the dealer, in the box. I think action wrapping up.
What if you just put stuff on like
Phil, tough session. He'll get up.
Oh, man. I'm not tech savvy enough to know.
Raise up now. Tier to 20. And Jeremy going to call with ace 5 spade.
I'm pretty sure people are watching watching on their phone on like
3 hours a quarter.
Yeah,
An hour a month.
Yeah, that sounds like the hell of a lot.
And there we go. Ace, ace 5 of spades is going to flop the flush draw, jack 10, 3. Matt's going to keep betting.
Oh my god. I'd be like, no.
Yeah, I can't do
No,
this.
there's like 3. I used to work that shift. There's like 3 hours of work to do. And then the rest
Jeremy's been
is,
kind of
like,
quiet as of late. He got chipped up pretty nicely, and then
He said it was over under 3 hours. I'm like, snap under. I never see them do anything over.
and he's going to make the ace high flush. Excuse me, the nut flush happens to be 8, 9 of spades, but.
Every time I go in out, which like I'm not mad about. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Hi.
Matt L's going to bet.
Okay.
Jeremy pretty much with a lock on this one.
You're basically just talking to the computer. It's
Just the
tomorrow
old
now.
smooth call.
Wrap up today. Now it's tomorrow.
Oh, that's just like an end of day.
River comes an ace.
We do that around 2 in the morning.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I could see doing that, and that's it.
That's going to check, and he's got no hand to call with on the end, even though
That's definitely me. I'm that terrible.
Jeremy's made an ace high flush. I'm going to bet fold.
I tell him when I check into it, like, I can have like 5 more pillows.
Thank you very much.
I'm like, wow.
Keep it moving here on TCH Live. Mike Campbell with you here at Hoops Mike on Instagram.
Probably bring you more pillows.
Glenn saying good night all. Can't wait to play at TCH Live on Saturday. Appreciate your comments and feedback. Go Pacers. Corey Gilbert saying Queen Jack. Could have went for more value. Jesus, these Nets.
$100 a night. So if you want 20 pillows, you're gonna bet.
I don't know what the Lord Jesus Christ would have had to think about game theory optimal. Do you think he was game theory optimal? I don't know. I'm going to delve into a religious discussion here, but
For about a year now. All my coworkers.
Jesus forgives your nittiness, all right?
They're like, why all these jobs? You're queen.
Raise up now with 6s here for Matt. Glenn, if you say hello to me, I will have a Pacers-related story that I will save just for you and maybe Bones. It involves a current Indiana Pacer and his roots. So something happened long before everybody else did. So I'll have a story for you at some point.
And the rest is over the
So we'll see you here Saturday on TCH Live.
Up to 46%.
Nice.
Nice. 46. Way to go. It's hard to get. The longer you
Action winding down though here on the live stream. We thank you so much for joining us. Again, if you have not hit subscribe, please do so.
Fold.
Like, click, subscribe, hit the thumbs up. Share it on your social media. Give us a little plug. We appreciate it. Got a nice little Bart Hansen boost. Gene saying, hey, I plan to play next Thursday. Thanks for the commentary. You're welcome.
I'm playing 45.
Glad you guys have enjoyed it.
You guys got a hand on the top
Who
half.
did Jeremy stack?
Playing half my hand. Somebody needs to call me.
He got into the hand with Rick. He's got in a couple of them. One that stood out was he raised with 9-6 in late position. Rick had like ace queen in the small blind. Came out like queen 6-6, and they wound up getting all the money in, I think, on either the turn or the river. He's had just a lot of. I don't necessarily say that was maybe the only hand he stacked. He just had a lot of big pots that were in the manageable size there, James.
Raise 55.
Got a 3-bet now here with Dom with ace king up to 55. Caitlin's going to call with 8-7 of hearts. Yeah, and like Jacob had tried to bluff and it didn't work out. And commend him for the balls to do it, man. That was awesome, but it just walked right into the wild zone. Again, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. My name is Mike Youngblood. You can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike, at Twitter at HoopsMike. Follow me on Facebook, I think, if you can figure out my last name. But
I will play. What are you guys?
I'll play for a while.
It is, boy, we are 10 episodes in, and I feel like I've been here for, like, we've been doing this for months now. Like, that has been so much fun to be part of as we see our chips, all the players, money on the table. 5-5 match the big stack. Everybody started with 500, and the stacks kept going up throughout the night. So thank you to Carolyn for keeping up with that, and our dealers and floor staff who have to work together to coordinate all this stuff. It has been kind of a change of pace, but it's also given us a new level of excitement, a little buzz here at Texas Card House that I think the players appreciate. They want to be on the streams, get a chance to not only play a great game, but get a chance to get feedback tools to maybe help your game, to show off to your friends and family, like, hey, this is what I'm doing when I'm at the card room here. And for guys who are like poker vloggers there, like Matt L., chance for you to create content as well from our live stream videos. And I think that's where some of the value really lies too. Is it's tough to make content in this world, man. You gotta do record. You gotta have somebody tape you. You gotta edit it and do all this fancy stuff and review it. Here you got content you can pull right towards, start leading your thought process, put on some hot music, lay out your takes. We really didn't get into any sports stuff here tonight. I was surprised. You guys talked a little bit about the Super Bowl. I do like the Niners in it, though. I feel like I want to root for the Chiefs. I want to root for them, but I just like how this Niners team is playing. Mahomes, the first ever Texas native quarterback, who's played at a Texas university. That's a headline I saw. I'm not sure if that's backed up by truth, but Don going to call out the straddle with ace king. He going to make a move with this with king queen for 50. Jeremy's thinking about calling though with ace 6. See if nope, we're not going to go with the old limp raise. Don's going to keep it under control. Call 50 as we go 3 ways to a flop. Off we go. Here we go. 3 ways. 7, 4, 6. Jeremy with second pair. Gonna get the opportunity to bet here as lead out 75.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Guys, we're 10 episodes into this. And I've got to do a couple of live streams, so it's felt a little bit like more than that, but I cannot believe that I get to do this. So it looks like we may have a bomb pot here. Either a bomb pot or a racehorse.
No. It's not a double board. It says single board. Single board. Okay, that's okay.
This may be one of our last couple of hands before players call it a night. Stick around here for the drama. It's maybe a single board. Those double board bomb pots are like drugs, man. No, it's going to be a PLO. Oh, we've got to change it to 4 cards. All right. Here we go. Is this going to be a PLO racehorse or a PLO bomb pot? I'm going to find out here soon enough. Uncover the hand. Oh, Caitlin's got aces. Suited 7-4 of diamonds. Don's not going to play. Ooh, Matt L's got King Jack 10-10. It's a pretty hand. A lot of assorted junk and garbage. 3, 5, 3. Jeremy has made 3 of a kind. Yes, I don't think anybody else has a 3 in their hand. There's no real. I mean, there's some gutter balls.
No, none of us are.
But you may call me a nit.
And he's going to pop that here. with his 3 of a kind and maybe backdoor like diamonds. But here like this on a bomb pot, a single board bomb pot. You make the hand like you did, as he is going to show. He's got squatouche.
So folding aces was the right call.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes life's easy when you're making 3 of a kind. Jeremy's run pretty good. He's played pretty well. And one of our big winners, not wingers. It's one of our big Jeff Wingers here on the stream for all your community fans. Donald Glover, Abed Nadir. I used to love that show. But our V-Pips, players are racking up.
Does anybody else want to play 1-3?
And if this is not it, this is, yep.
Yeah, I mean, if we have enough players, I'll play. I don't want to play like a 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Well, that looks like it's going to wrap up our live stream here as count out all the cards, stack them up, call it a day here from our 1-3 Match the Big Stack game that happened here at Texas Card House tonight. Again, if you have not yet hit subscribe, please do so. We've got 1-2-5 Big O happening with Bart Hansen in our main room right now. We've got a couple of 1-2 no limit with bomb pots going on as well. We've got Wes Cutshall happening on Saturday. Get Bart Hansen will be commenting on the live stream. Then I'll join him about halfway through it and then finish it out later on in the evening. So Sunday, again, we've got the final table of the Mega Stack Freeze Out. The $100 Mega Stack Freeze Out final table will be streamed live on TCHLive. That tends to be somewhere between 6:30 and 8 o'clock. And Monday will be our 5-5 no limit game. See if we get Bones back for that one, if he's going to play in that. And try to go crush some souls. So, all right, thank you to Carolyn. Thank you to Ryan. Thank you to our floor staff, our excellent dealers, and everybody here for tuning in tonight. Again, hit subscribe. 1 hour free play here at Texas Card House if you've not used that opportunity just yet. So, all right, I'm Mike Youngblood saying so long, everybody. We will see you on Saturday. Wes Cutshall, 5-5 no limit happening here when we come back. Thank you so much.
Got him.
Like a 3-500, just like.